So there's the no action alternative, where I still don't see that we have like the diagram of the path, the no turbine alternative, because there aren't actions related to this roadmap that are there. So it's really just the description of what that entails, and then the pros and cons, the benefits, considerations to go with that. And then moving into the supply chain alternative or supply chain only alternative, description of the action, talking about the benefits and trade-offs. And then that one has a single diagram treating it as one phase of how do we do the preparation steps, developing the supply chain, and at the end of that diagram, you have a functioning active supply chain industry in Oregon. And then for the third tranche, combining the three alternative futures that include turbines. So that would be a pilot project. If we have turbines with major port development in Coos Bay for a staging and integration facility, and turbines with no staging and integration facility in Coos Bay. Describing those three futures and their benefits and trade-offs together, and then having the pathway flow, because as I was seeing it, if you are going to place turbines off of Oregon and go through the entire life cycle of a lease through siting, leasing, permitting, decommissioning, they're functionally the same for those three alternatives as I see it. But that's open to discussion. And so that reorganization is kind of the centerpiece of that document there. So I'm interested in hearing from you all which one feels better, which one feels right. And there are a couple other little pieces to that in that from September and the feedback that we had in the room. I did reorganize the four alternative futures, starting from the least amount of development to the most amount. So now alternative future 1 is no turbines and no supply chain, and then moving forward from there. So that has been reorganized in both versions of the document. The other one I've forgotten, but I'll let them come back to me. So yeah, I'm interested in your feedback on that when we get into the breakouts, which one feels better. Oh, the other piece, there was a comment recommending that the futures that did not include full development of offshore wind for Oregon, so 1, 2, and 3A, to move those into an appendix as other futures that we considered, and keeping the focus just on, if this is an offshore wind roadmap, focusing the central part of the document on just that path. I chose not to do that, and I wanted to keep in line with the conversations that we've been having through the spring about this idea of an atlas of possibilities, that where we are right now, the future really is unwritten for which direction we're going to go. And so I thought that it made sense to keep all of the potential futures in the main body of the document.
Jeff, just as you're reacting to things that Jeff is saying, go ahead and just write those down, because we're going to go through a couple of these bullets on the major changes. So don't lose your thought and your feeling on what's going on.
So the next significant change in the document was an attempt to make it shorter. I don't know if you saw the page count, it's still pretty long. But the original section 1, the overview, was about 30 pages in length because it had a lot of background information, more background information about the state of offshore wind in state, country, and the world, as well as more detail about the permitting process and some of the relevant research. So we did a cut down of that as best we could, and we got it down to 13 pages, somewhere in there. And then in order to keep that information that we had cut, I moved all of it into an appendix. So there's a bit of duplication because I haven't yet totally rewritten that appendix that's going to be what we need to know about offshore wind for Oregon, that base information. So there's a bit of repetition between section 1 in the appendix, but we tried to make it shorter. I'm curious if we have cut too much, if you preferred it the way it was before, where there was more information there. And then the other big cut down that we did was in what used to be section 3. Section 3 was the enforceable policy assessment piece, where we flowed from what are the effects that are of interest or concern, and we had that separated by the objective areas of 4080. So protecting local communities and sustaining existing economies while creating new ones, protecting the environment, et cetera. So we had in the September draft kind of a long section or a long portion of the document where I was taking the things that I've been hearing through this process about what those effects of concern were and having some narrative around it. And then from that, talking about we had a section that described what are the policies that Oregon already has on the books that address those potential effects. And then the third part of that section before ended in the gap table, where we summarized based on our review of the effects versus what we have on the books. Here's where we think we see some opportunity to make some changes. For this document, for November, to save space, I moved the discussion of effects and the overview of what we have on the books into an appendix, and really just focused on this version on getting to that gaps table as quickly as possible in the main body. To focus on, we went through a process, we identified our gaps in our policies. You can go in the appendix to see that, but here is the centerpiece that we see gaps. I'm curious if the page count that we saved by doing that was worth losing in the main body that recognition and discussion of the effects of concern that people care about. You know, I really waffled on that personally, because I did see value in the main body of the roadmap of showing we see and we recognize, for example, the effects of concern to fishing communities and to tribes and to small communities along the coast that I saw some value there, but I also see that we want to hone in on this roadmap as much as we can.
Do you want to stop just for clarification questions?
I'm happy to.
Like at each third, maybe so one more, and then we'll stop for clarification.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so the third one relates to the principles in section 2 of the document. These are those things that the state should consider and incorporate in its decision-making related to offshore wind. Before, we just had a list, a bulleted list of the many different things to keep in mind, and that included things like having a precautionary approach, using best available information, mitigating for effects, the aspects of meaningful engagement that we need to include in our process. And then when we got into the pathways, those diagrams in section 4, we had those 3 streams of ongoing work that would happen at each phase. And those streams were meaningful engagement, good information, and regional coordination. One of the comments that we had on the September draft was that we may be able to consolidate those concepts to say that really when you're talking about an ongoing stream, you're talking about acting in accordance with your principles. And so the way that we tried to weave that into this next draft was to, in the principles section, break them out by categories and say, we have a principle around having good information in our decision making, and it includes things like having a precautionary approach, using the best available information, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We have a principle around having meaningful engagement throughout this process, and it includes these pieces. And so really what we did was take the long list of bullets that were our principles and organize them that way. And we had a principle around, oh gosh, I can't remember what the exact wording was, but the one where we included the checkpoints along the way.
It's on the bottom of page 25. It says checkpoints: a holistic approach to accountability.
Thank you. bottom of page 25, checkpoints, a holistic approach to accountability. So we're gathering a few different concepts together there for a set of principles.
And you elevated that to the same kind of level as a principal category.
Yeah. So that's another change that we made along the way. So we can pause now for questions or people are having some immediate thoughts.
Yeah, and we'll get a chance to get into breakouts here in a little bit to like hear what your opinions are on the direction there, but any kind of points of clarification, things that as Jeff was going around that you'd like him to say a little bit more about?
Which version of the two versions is the hard copy that you have here today?
I brought 5 copies of each one. So I do have a few extra at the table. If anyone here in the room would like to have a hard copy to take home with you, I have a few more that I can share out. I see Julia saying yes. Would you like both organizations?
Yeah,
Robbie, is your page 25? Which version is that?
Thank you. It is the non-reorganization. Thank you. And
Can I change you for a reorganization?
yeah, maybe what we do, Jeff, is I'll let you talk. I'll hand that one on every table. Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, and also while we're talking about printed copies, Jeff and I went back and forth on this one, so we printed 5 because there's a lot.
Yeah.
So I would ask, we are more than happy to print copies for people. That's easy, but just request it in advance of the next meeting for us. And Sophia, if we can make a note to ourselves to ask that when we do our SVPs, like, would you like a printed set? And then that way we can make sure we're not going through the entire paper supply for Goose Bay.
Bobby, if I may, for those of you online, members of the public who want to be following along, these are on our roadmap website. If you look at the entry for today's meeting, you'll see PDFs of both versions of the roadmap as well as the other documents related to today.
Perfect. And Trevor, if you get a moment, can you push the direct links to the, what do we want to call the non-reorganized version for today's purpose?
Revised first draft.
The original organization and reorganized version? Okay. All right.
So just to clarify, we are not discussing changing the structure of the organization right now?
Correct. Yeah.
No?
We are not discussing that. We're going to do that in breakouts. It's more just like, is it clear what Jeff said? Yeah. Well, I don't want to get too far away from these without just making sure it works. Everyone's tracking. Ashley, what do you feel?
I'm still waiting for my coffee to kick in.
Yeah.
I think right now, so.
Totally fair. Julie, did I see it?
Yeah.
I just wanted to check and make sure I understood what you guys were saying. When I pulled this meeting up, there's like different things listed there, and one of the things was like a little link for PDF. So what you're working on right now is there, and we can go back into it and we can read it for ourselves in our own time later.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, I provided the documents a week ahead of today, recognizing that was not enough time for people to make comment. I'm asking for, if you have written comments on this, for me to put into the next draft to provide those by December 9th.
Thank you.
Yeah. And we do have some hard copies that we just need to share.
I want to take it at the table.
Do you have one at the table yet?
Okay.
All right. So,
Do you have like an overview of the difference in the two documents organization? I mean, I know you talked about it, but do you have anything written about that? Or, because I'm just trying to think about where to invest the time to provide the best feedback.
Sure. Do I have anything written? I mean, not that goes into detail. I think the fastest way to compare would be to look at the table of contents of the two documents.
Okay.
And I will say that fundamentally the language inside has not changed. There might be some different markers of go here instead of there. So, you know, hopefully out of today, there might be a preference on which organization you're able to focus on where to make your comments. But the language is functional.
And when you worked on it, did you have a gut feeling as to which one one of those was working better? Yourself?
I didn't let myself have a preference yet. I wanted to see where you all
Have you
felt.
read it? Have you read them?
Aha,
Do you have a favorite?
I do not.
Come on,
It's-
guys.
I know. It's, well, Jeff, I'm wondering if we just want to spend some time on this one question, because let's experiment with opening this one up. We may rue that decision, but, so is it fair to say the primary organization, you've got kind of the principles, a description of the alternative futures and the pathways, then you go into the pathways and then the recommendations. So they're like all of the alternative futures are there, all the alternative futures pathways are described, all the alternative futures recommendations. That's the original organization. The reorganized version says, oh, actually, when we're talking about offshore wind turbine pathways, let's keep all of that together in the same chapter. So that pathway 4 that has offshore wind turbines, let's have the description of the alternative future, the pathway, and the recommendations all together. Let's make sure that the supply chain only pathway, so pathway 2, that deserves its own chapter, a description of that alternative future, the pathway to that future, and the recommendations. That's the primary difference between the two, right? And as I was reading them, the advantage there is of the reorganized version is it elevates each alternative future pathway and recommendation to be more equal, and it's highly repetitive, I think. And so it's just because each alternative pathway has varying levels of detail, right? The offshore wind turbine pathway has the most volume of detail. And so you kind of go through a shorter chapter on, no wind, no supply chain, a little longer chapter on no turbine, supply chain, a little bit longer, and then a really long chapter on the pilot turbines with no development in Coos Bay and turbines with development in Coos Bay. That's really the only difference. Right, Jeff?
Yeah, that sounds right. I'm seeing if I can find the table of contents to
Sure.
side by side on the screen,
Yeah.
but it's taking a little bit of work.
It's just, the table of contents are just long. So,
Well, I did shorten them. That was another change.
It is, I was trying to get my head around it.
Yeah.
Quickly, and I was-
so given what I described, and that either Jeff or Bobby have strong opinions on this, do you have an opinion?
Not yet.
Okay, all right. Julia?
Your description helped my brain articulate a thought, which is great. Which is, I agree that it's repetitive, but I feel like it's repetitive in a way that keeps you grounded in principles. And if you're a person who's really curious about any specific scenario, you're getting the full description of what that scenario includes. And I actually think when you're talking about stuff like engagement, people should hear that over and over and over again. You know what I mean? I think it's like you're emphasizing your principles maybe in a repetitive way, but it's also, you're not obsessing about those principles, then you're doing it wrong, right? So it's like, it is repetitive, but I did find that organization for me worked well, but I also didn't steep myself in the first draft of listening. I steeped myself in the second draft, so it's not like I'm fresh in the comparison mode, but like, I'm not, like, I did sit down and read it all the way through, and repetitiveness did kind of start to show, but in terms of how it's going to be used, I think that repetitiveness isn't necessarily a bad thing, and that was not. Agreed.
Who said agreed? Okay, thank you. Folks online, any kind of immediate kind of thoughts or reaction to this question? And Jeff's kind of popped it up online here. And we have two screens for folks who can't see it like I can. Feel free to walk right on up. But this is the best way to see them side by side. Jeff, did you want to speak to it?
Oh, I can try one more time, sure.
Yeah.
That really focusing on section 2, 3, and 4. Those are the ones that change. So on the left, you can see that's the original organization. We talk about principles on a broad sense, in section 2. And then we have all of the alternative futures bundled together in section 2.3. Say, here are the 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. We put a policy assessment smack in the middle between describing the alternative futures and then talking about the pathways. Section 4 in the original is those pathways toward an Oregon offshore wind future, where we go through the different phases of having turbines. And then at the end is where I put the alternative future of a supply chain only outcome. That one, I just didn't know where to put it. So under the reorg on the right, what we have instead is starting with a background and introduction that keeps the purpose of the roadmap all together. I moved the background information into a section 2 to say, now that we've talked about what the roadmap is about and how to use the document, now let's talk about some background. Section 3, I had our principles, which again are now categorized, that will be useful later. And there's in section 3, I give like an introduction to the concept of pathways, where it describes, here's these diagrams you're going to see, here's what each piece of the diagram means, this is the approach we took. So section 3 is almost like an instruction manual in a way. And then these sections 4, 5, and 6, each path gets its own individual section. So section 4 is related to path 1. Oregon does not participate in offshore wind in any way. Describes that action, shows the markers of success and the considerations. Then we go to the next section of the document. Path 2. Oregon participates in activities related to offshore wind, but does not host turbines. We describe the action, we include the markers of success and the considerations, and then we have that pathway diagram that goes with that one. And it's only one diagram currently. I get some different feedback around that. Section 6 is the bundle. Paths 3, 4A, and 4B. And those are all paths where Oregon hosts an offshore wind industry and turbines to go with it. So we describe those 3 paths and the differences between them. We talk about the markers of success and the considerations for those 3 paths. And so you can differentiate between them. And then we get into the phases, and the phases are similar for all of them. And then I put the policy assessment after in the reorganization so that we keep all of the kind of describing the action together, and then we do a policy assessment after that.
And then you have the strategies and actions for all the paths.
Yeah, they go at the end. And right now under the strategies and actions, I have not yet differentiated between this is an action we would only take if we were going to have turbines versus not, but it's something I'm percolating on.
But you could.
Try.
You can try, yeah. That was one of the hard parts, is I remember trying to kind of do the reorg version, is when you start breaking, there's some things that the roadmap wants to say that apply to all the different alternative futures and pathways. So reorganizing this way breaks some of that kind of connective tissue.
To discuss structure. So, yeah.
Oh, hold on, let me get a microphone real quick. The audio is pretty good, but not that good. And then, I know we all know each other pretty well, but if folks could just reintroduce themselves as you talk, that would be nice.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, Natalia Astronatka, Territorial Specialist, Department of State Lands. I was out of 2 months of my long duty, so I missed last discussion. But I really want to say thank you so much, Jeff, because this is a great, and Jeff and DLCD and all of you folks, because it's really great information and really helpful. So I have, and I will send detailed comments, but looking at this 2 table of contents, like with the fresh eyes, I would say, at least for me, with the logic, I like the first version, introduction and background, in the first version. because now currently we have two backgrounds, a little bit confusing for reader to see. Is it background in general? It looks like offshore wind background. So it makes sense, at least for me, to combine introduction and background in one section. Then, yes, this is only from the first part. And then I do like the second one, started from principle. And that each part has separate section. I would really, like for 6, is it your number 6? I would maybe reframe a little bit differently, because it's like part 3, 4A and 4B, and it's not clear that it's pilot project, that is like small scale and big one. So kind of avoid, 3, 4, A and B, but make clear that this is contain a pilot project, because it could be in the state water management federal. Yeah, yes, because, it's like, okay, then it's clear. We know, then yes, only supply change, but then 3, 4, 8B kind of confusing. Then I like that. Logically, if we have policy assessment, then it would follow government capacity assessment, and follow from that, we have strategy and actions. So, but I don't know, maybe I missed something we discussed last time and we decided to go with that one. Because follow, we have all different capacity, and the table that in the summary of policymakers, basically they're talking everything around policy, institutional, financial, research category. So maybe we can also make a puzzle around those categories, but that's the details. I think this is one. And something missing in the end, conclusion, because it's kind of ending capacity building assessment, and that's all. Maybe some chapter for conclusion. And maybe one quick, we have this arrogant definition of success for the roadmap. I do have like,
Focus on just the organizational.
Okay.
I want to keep us focused on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just very small, just 4 sentences, and we dedicated as a separate chapter to that. So, that's,
Thank you. And Mike, did you have your hand up? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna hand you the mic. I'm sensing and hearing most of the comments sending us towards the reorganized version. So think about if that's not what you're thinking. I want to hear from you if like the current organization that keeps all the pathways in the connected chapters is a better way to go.
My preference is the reorganized version because it highlights that we have underrepresented and underevaluated the non-turbine options. Because I think we should really have these things structured to focus on how any of these pathways solve Oregon's energy problems. This thing is structured when we look at the with turbines options, which I think should be broken out as individual options. A pilot should be an individual option. Light development should be an individual option, and a high-intensity development, open-ended high-intensity development should be, because they have different pathways, because some involve transmission upgrades, for example, others don't. And I think then that becomes this menu of, these are the ways that Oregon could approach this concept. I also think that if each one of those sections was structured the same way, which this revised draft is moving in that direction, to have the table of contents for each one of these pathways having a similar structure, it would provide guidance that I've been calling for to build out and add flesh to these non-turbine options. and look at policy issues policy recommendations that should a policymaker choose what is being presently called supply chain, that a policymaker could see what policies they could institute to pursue that option. Right now, that's missing from the document, and I certainly hope that the next couple of drafts I'm going to work to make sure that the next drafts start to have a more robust evaluation of those non-turbine options.
Mike, when you talk about expanding the discussion of the non-turbine options and then connecting it to how else will Oregon meet its energy futures, my mind immediately goes to the Oregon Energy Strategy that just hit the streets, that is basically that, because it does not include offshore wind, and it is saying, how do we get to our future? So from my mind, rather than repeat everything that's there, it would just be a reference to.
Yes, but right now the dialogue of with turbines are saying, oh, and if we build those turbines, it will add resilience to the coast because we'll have an energy source coming from the west. Well, if building resilience on the coast is an objective, which 4080 told us to build economies on the coast, then those two other options should address how the economies on the coast should be built. And for example, a non-turbine option, if we expand the definition of what we're currently using of supply chain, we have all these research capacity on the coast. We have ocean sensing, we have monitoring technologies. Policymakers could make investments in those things to build the economy of the coast without turbines. So I really think that there are policy options that should be explored and identified so that if a policymaker is shopping for what position they're going to take on this offshore wind development, they can see uniform treatment of all those options. And right now, I'm not seeing that uniform treatment.
You know, Mike, your thought of like a menu of policy options by alternative future, that might be getting into this idea of what are the actions in the strategies and actions piece that fit each alternative to say, if you were leaning toward a supply chain only alternative, here are the policies that you should be prioritizing out of this whole list. That might be a good way to get to that piece. I forgot what my other thought was.
Yeah, I'm still hearing that we're moving towards the reorg version. Like that's the energy we're kind of going after, and there's different ways of like what needs to be in each of those sections, how much detail. But go ahead, Jeff, before you lose it.
The thought that I had, Mike, as you were talking, when you said that we should break out past 3, 4A, and 4B and give each one its pathway, I was thinking of page length, that the amount of space that we give to showing each diagram and describing the steps takes a significant amount. And so if you were to repeat that each time for any alternative that has turbines, the differences are going to be so minor between them that really it's going to be what scale of transmission development might we need. And if we had a pilot project, that may be large, it may be nothing. And so there may be a way to code or annotate the diagram to say this particular piece would not apply if you were doing a pilot project.
And you did, and I see Ramphis and some chat going on too, but Jeff, you did add some language that acknowledged that how offshore wind development could happen, would likely happen in incremental stages, any from small to bigger. So you could expand on that either with call out boxes or other things.
Yeah. And the last thing, Mike, I did want to add is that in the supply chain alternative, I did make reference to research capabilities and that's something that we could do. But then to your point was, are there policies or actions that we want to include in the menu of options when we get to those actions? Like where to invest?
Let's go Ramphis, and then I'm gonna try and do a check here that like we want to make a decision, at least for the rest of the day, that we're gonna focus in on the reorg structure. Just so we have one that we're going after and not both at the same time. But I do want to leave today with really clear advice to Jeff on which direction we're going to go towards December 9th, because we don't want to go out to the public with kind of these big reorg questions still at play, because it'll just confuse people. But Rampies, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. And my apologies for not being there in person. Best laid plans did not work out for me in the end. But no, appreciate the screen sharing the screen here. Just to clarify, the left side of the screen, that's the original, and then on the right side, that's the reorganization.
That's correct. The where you see on the left side that says sections 1 through 6 is the original. On the right side is where you're seeing 1 through 8 is the reorganized version.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess what I would just some cautionary notes that I would share, for folks who skim and legislators who skim. I think the current version is helpful and kind of neutral on the approaches for which of the scenarios or alternative futures we're looking at. I think when you look at the reorg, I think when you look at path 1, path 2, path 3, I think you start to, unintentionally start to sort of suggest that path 1 is option 1 or preferred preference, path 2 is secondary preference, path 3. So I just want to, note, like, there's, if I'm scanning and the first path I see who's not been part of this roadmap process, I'm going to read Oregon does not participate in offshore wind in any way. So I think that's, again, potential downside to the reorg. Maybe there's a way to, address that. For me personally, I think it's kind of awkward for a roadmap to start off with does not participate in offshore wind in any way. Like, I think it would be the last path after you exhaust all the potential options. I think you would put that as path 3 or 4 or 5, whatever options. But I think now we start getting into the politics of which is path 1, which is path 2, which is path 3. And I think it's just like a bias. Like, if you're skimming through the table of contents, I think you start to question how much weight do you put in interpreting what is, is path 1 the preferred path, is path 2. So I hope you understand the flavor of my feedback here. I think the original option gives neutrality. Here, even though we're not saying it, I think for skimmers or folks who haven't been in the process, I think the different orderings of the path might beg questions from broader audience of legislators if these are preferred paths.
Yeah. So, I mean, for both versions, the ordering of the paths it flipped from the last version, right? So that is something that happened that you all should provide feedback on. The reorg version just makes, to Rampy's point, makes that very visible because of the high level title. So that's there. So I think that there's the feedback on what you want in terms of the ordering of the pathways, and then the organization of it.
It just seems like right now we don't have any wind turbines, and if Oregon is considering, Mike Grable, it just seems like right now the status quo is Oregon does not have any offshore wind turbines. So if we're developing a document that's considering that, it just seems to make sense to me to start with the status quo and say, well, okay, our current situation is this. We have these energy needs. The status quo isn't really gonna, even though there's potential there, it's not gonna fix our energy needs. So let's take it up, let's bump it up a notch and see if we can just say, well, we could make investments that still don't have energy needs, that still don't really satisfy Oregon's immediate energy needs, but we could be playing in the economy that is out there and then boom, boom, boom. So it just seems to me from a if Oregon is going to build something, what's the levels of intensity, increasing levels of intensity that it would take?
One complication that I would introduce into that is that this is a federally led process. And so Oregon may decide we're investing toward one alternative, but then you could have a federal administration in the future that says we're interested in reintroducing leasing, and they would be looking for, you know, what is Oregon's preferred pathway there, whether or not we are leading or initiating.
But again, some of these actions can happen independently of federal policy.
Totally. And this is also one of those things that folks are going to have different preferences in this room. And so what the challenge I'm going to give to you all is, let's try not to get stuck on which pathway comes first. Like, if there's a clever way that we can articulate that, because what the reorganization is doing is, yes, it elevates that there are different alternatives, and it makes it really easy for people interested in a particular alternative to go to that chapter. That's what it does. So if there's a way to signal the overall messaging of, in DLC, not putting words in DLCD's mouth here, but in DLCD's mind, they're all paths are equal, or you're neutral to all paths. How could we do that with the document structure and titling? Okay, Jeff, I know I kind of want to get you back on the path to what the other changes were. This has been useful. Natalia, is it okay if I get us moving? Okay. So I'm leaving this conversation saying we're going to focus a lot of our energy on the work piece, but Randy's holding your point that the ordering and the visibility of those tends to imply a preference when that's not necessarily the intention.
That was helpful. Thank you. Good. These are all things that I was fumbling with.
I mean, I'm just not 100% sure I agree with that decision. I don't know if you feel like from talking to two people that there is consensus on that.
Nope, I was just holding enough space. So let's hear.
Well, I don't really want to pontificate about it because I haven't really unfortunately, I haven't had a long time to look at it, but I'm just looking at it more from the position of a writer and the document and all that kind of stuff. And I did spend time on the first one, and I thought it worked pretty well. So I don't know that I'm ready to leap. I'm just saying that. I don't know. It sounds like people have very good reasons to do it. So hate to make trouble, but I'm just telling you. And maybe that means both are fine options. So anyway, just wanted to say that.
That's fair. That everyone should have time to really look at this and think about it. You haven't had a lot of time with it yet. This is unearthing the considerations as you're looking at it, and we'll see what feedback I get. And I guess we'll have to make a call before it goes public, but yeah, I don't know how we work through that.
I think we can play with that a little bit, but I do want to leave today with a decision on which version folks are going to focus their comments on.
Yeah.
But one of the comments could be which organization version, and then I was also just trying to make my life easier on which version I pick up when I'm trying to cross-reference a page. So I think at least for today, I'm going to pick up the reorg version just to do page references, if that's okay. And if we find that and maybe I'm going to reserve the right to change my mind, because it may be that that's my test for how the documents are working. But I'm going to do it on the reorg, and I'll try it. Can you help me catch me if I'm being vague on which document I'm talking about? Yeah. All right. Go ahead, Jeff.
Great. And at the risk of punishing myself, whatever version you make comments on, I'll figure it out.
What do you I mean, everyone will be, it's hard also to combine efforts. Do you prefer detailed comments on the first version or on?
We'll make that decision by the end of the day.
Yeah, let us sense it and figure out what's gonna work the best. Yeah.
All right, I want to move on with the overview of changes. It's good that I only have one slide to talk about here. This is great. So on the fourth bullet, I described how we added detail to the different futures and the pathways. We had a lot of good feedback in the comments saying you really need to flesh this part out more, provide more information here. The one that is the most difficult to describe in greater detail is path one, where there is no supply chain development and there are no turbines, because as Mike mentioned, that is the status quo. And I struggle with expanding the scope of this roadmap to say, what is the roadmap for the Oregon coast and its economic development and its energy development? And so I really focused on what do we see as the benefits and trade-offs as they relate to things that offshore wind could touch. So that does get into things like energy resiliency and reliability, how else Oregon meets its energy goals. I do have a line out to somebody at PNNL. Those of you who were in the Lunch and Learn that we did a month or two ago with Travis from PNNL, where he talked about the transmission study they did. And one of the questions I asked was, well, has anybody quantified the benefit of having energy resiliency on the coast and so that we can understand? And he said, well, we have somebody working on it, but nothing is published yet. So I reached out to that person, and I hope I hear back something before this goes public. I would like to have that information, but I don't have it yet. But I did, yeah, I've fleshed out those alternative futures as best I could. That's another area where if there are specific things that you want to see discussed or questions you want me to go chase, please let me know, and I'll do the absolute best I can. The next one, we had talked in September this question about should the roadmap discuss or recommend that the state consider a cap on the total amount of offshore wind that we're interested in entertaining at this time. And what I gathered out of that conversation is that among this group, there is not consensus over whether there should be a cap or not. And that the path I ought to take is just to try to capture the roundness of that conversation and reflect that there are mixed opinions about that. And it really is up to the legislature, the governor's office, or someone else to make that decision. So I did add a call out box. It's in the discussion of the alternative futures that include turbines of that. Should we limit how much? So.
Can you reiterate the pro con or like what the value of articulating a cap might be? Like, why did you originally think that could be a good thing?
Thank you. Yeah, so this one, it came from a couple of different factors for me. On the one hand, when I met with the offshore wind industry representatives in February, I heard the clear phrase, anything less than a gigawatt and we're not interested, because it takes so much economic risk and development to do. So there was a start of a number. We also have the 3 gigawatt planning goal that is in Oregon statute currently. It's not a mandate, it is an up to a certain number. And that number, as I understand it, was based on a PNNL study that talked about how much capacity the Oregon grid could take without substantial investment. And it said 2.6 gigawatts. If you spread that 2.6 gigawatts all up and down the coast across the 5 substations. But there was a study that came a couple years later that said, if you tried to do 2.5 or 3 gigawatts just on the south coast, well, then you only have 2 substations to work with, and it takes $1.2 billion of transmission upgrade. That same study said, although if you only did 1 gigawatt, then you could do this with only about $60 million of transmission upgrades. So there was another, oh, well, that's interesting. And then I was talking with somebody about fishing interests, and something they said was, you know, during the BOEM process, one of the big sources of consternation was that they wouldn't tell us when it would stop. That it was, well, it's just this 2.5 gigawatts for now that we're looking at in these 2 wind energy areas. And that made it difficult to have any certainty about what the total scale of development would be. And I threw out the number, well, what about a gigawatt? And the person said, well, that might work, and they're not speaking for an entire community and an entire industry. So in my mind, I started triangulating that there are a couple things happening here. And that if you started with a cap to say, look, state of Oregon, we're gonna start here and we're gonna stop here for now. And we're gonna have to really think hard before we decide to go any further than that. Is that a way to make the most of the situation from all these different angles? So that was where I came from. But then hearing from this group and the siting process was like, well, we ought to let the ocean dictate how much we can handle. And we ought to let the socioeconomic impacts that we evaluate tell us how much can be handled, that we shouldn't stop ourselves short. And I was hearing that especially coming from people who are interested in like maximizing Oregon's meeting of its clean energy goals and attending to the climate needs of everyone. And so recognizing that there is a balance here. So yeah.
And if it's okay, I'm gonna ask Jeff to keep going. But you all made really good comments for why there shouldn't be a cap.
Well, actually, this document.
Hold on, just a second. You really want to jump in on this one?
Well, I just want
to
to point out that this document already has two options that have caps. No turbines and supply chain only is in effect a policy cap.
And Rampies, I saw your hands up. We'll dive in on this one a little bit. But yeah, I hear you. Yeah, so mostly I wanted Jeff just to articulate why that concept was in the document to begin with. And you all made a lot of reasoned arguments why it shouldn't be in there. So now it's got the call out box. So there are these numeric thresholds that do make differences in decisions. Rampies, did you want to speak to this at all? Or did we cover it?
No, I think you all covered it. I think if it makes sense, if there's a small group of folks from polar ends on this about caps or having a what's the word, a minimum size of a project. Like I think it's worth having the conversation. But I think I just agree so far that there hasn't been consensus on creating any kind of cap. So appreciate the overview.
Yeah, well, I think that's one of those ones where we do want to identify what some of those priority conversations are. That, like, you all as a roundtable have the ability to try and take some of these what ifs and narrow them down as much as possible so that the next person that needs to make a decision on this doesn't have as wide sideboards, right? They have narrower sideboards to work at. Yeah.
Since I know most people at this table actually were people who wanted the cap, I would just say I think the call-out box is a good solution, but it would really be good to articulate the pros and cons. And so when you were just saying, oh, everybody had good arguments for why not to, I felt like we had some good arguments for why to do it. And one of those, which I didn't hear articulated right now, was the way of finding some common ground so people don't have that sense of this is just going to come and never end. And we have that the PNRL study about up to 66 gigawatts, which was the initial thing in which industry talked about and stuff initially. So, that's what we're talking about. Is it 1 or is it 67? Is there a way to? So anyway, just wanted to give voice to that opinion since you gave voice to the other opinion.
No, I appreciate that. And then, so it may be thinking of, are there thresholds and whether the cap or reframing what those numbers are. Okay.
At the moment, the call-out box explicitly says that the roundtable was not able to have consensus on this. Yeah. So I tried very hard to have a balanced discussion.
All right. How about decommissioning?
All right. So decommissioning under the September draft, I combined, when you talk about the pathway diagrams, I lumped together the lease end and the decommissioning. Because when the lease ends 30 years after operation begins or after the leasing, there's a decision point there where it branches. Either there's a decision to renew the lease, re-up and go again, or at 30 years, and the state gets to be part of this decision, the decision could be, we're done, we're gonna decommission. And so originally I kept those together. But there were comments saying, you know, we really ought to have a good focus on decommissioning as its own thing. And so for both versions of this draft, I created a new pathway phase, a life cycle phase, that does focus specifically on the decommissioning. I also added some more language around decommissioning in the sections in the actions section, whatever number that is now, to try to go into greater detail about things like financial assurance, decommissioning expectations. I added some around accountability during operations as well, trying to flesh out that argument because I was hearing from a few different people that there was more information needed there. Next on the list, I took a first cut at what we talked about last meeting, the top of the fold, when you have a newspaper. Like, what are those things we want to put on page 1 of the executive summary of, here's where we are in time, here's how to think about the potential futures for offshore wind and where the smart investment is. Those are in the executive summary now in the little shaded box. I think there are 7 of them. It's like, what about these? And that's something that one of our breakouts today will have the opportunity to hear what other ones should be in there, or how would you change the ones that are there. The next one of the comments I received was that, especially under the former organization, if I were a developer who picks up this roadmap and says, okay, how do I use this as my guide? What do I do? That there wasn't really a good set of guidance for how to actually use this roadmap to get through the permitting process for offshore wind. And the best way that I thought to address that was to create an appendix that is a permitting best practices, permitting guide to say, how can you take what's come out of this roadmap? If you are a developer, here are the things for you to keep in mind. Right now, it's 1 page in the appendices draft of just the concepts that I want to flesh out. It's going to take me some time to do it. But I'm interested in any feedback you have on that page of principles for me to develop so that I can do that right. Many little wording revisions and formatting fixes. So if you are really interested in seeing the red line, you can talk to me and I can see what I can show you. But just people were finding little wording changes throughout. I think my preference would be for you to just read it clean now and see how it feels. But if you're really interested in how something that you said in the September draft carried forward, please reach out to me. I'm happy to walk you through that. And then lastly, adding a glossary and acronyms. That's been a consistent request throughout. I finally had time to do it. So those are the main ones in my mind before it changed.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. And also just giant thank you to everybody who spent the time with the document to give comments. They were really thorough and helpful. We did try and put together a summary of those comments that Jeff had sent out with the materials for this meeting. Again, we printed out a couple of those comment summaries here if folks want to take a look at them. But just again, thank you for all that. So these are the 10 bullet points that Jeff had identified as some of the major changes. So 1, just questions on those. And 2, did you notice any major changes between kind of draft 1 and draft 2 that you want to lift up here for the full group before we go into some breakouts? And Dean, I apologize that I missed your hand earlier. So I'm going to go to Julia and then I'll check in with you in just a second.
I mostly have a clarifying question, which I think helps make the case for also talking from draft 2 for today, which is that, Jeff, you incorporated, I forget how many you said, hundreds of comments from people from draft 1 into the second draft, and their entire concepts and recommendations that are in the second draft that weren't in the first draft because, you had a lot to work with. And so I feel like for the sake of also making sure that we're having a conversation about all the things that made it into the second draft that weren't in the first draft, it's really another case for why this is the right one to be working with today. So I just wanted to kind of uplift that.
Dean, did you want to jump in? Or did we move past the conversation?
My comment is from a bit ago, but I'll throw it out there anyway. I think I had mentioned this to Jeff otherwise, but we talk in terms of capacity and transmission capacity, but really the impacts of wind energy are in the turbines. It's how many turbines you have and where they are. And I'd like to see a clear translation or maybe changing some of the references to say what we're really talking about here is 50 turbines or 100 turbines or 200 turbines, as opposed to 1 gigawatt or 2 gigawatts or 3 gigawatts. And I realize too that we're talking about is current turbine capacity. China has built a much bigger offshore turbine. That means you would need fewer turbines to generate the same amount of energy. But I like to see the document be more discussion in terms of number of turbines, because that's, like I say, that's where the impacts are. Also, for the on land development too. That if you have fewer turbines, then if that means you don't have a transmission line, or you don't need a high capacity transmission line running inland, then that should be tied together. So that's all for me.
Thanks, Dean.
Dean, if I can just reflect for a moment, I saw that one in China where it's shaped like a V and they have 2 turbines and it's like 25 megawatts instead of 15. And I'm thinking, well, it's lower down, so your visual impact might be less, and it's higher capacity. But if you had 100 of those versus 100 of the 15 megawatt standards, it would affect the amount of transmission investment you needed. So I can see the perspective of let's have our metric be the total number of turbines, but I can also see the argument for let's have our metric be the amount of power that we have to handle. And there isn't a clear, because it keeps shifting, it's not entirely clear what the nature of a cap would be. And again, we aren't proposing a cap, so maybe the best way is just to acknowledge that it could be number of turbines or power capacity, and there may be different types of limitations depending on which one you're measuring against.
And Jeff, the other part I heard from Dean is just being able to understand number of turbines for some folks is going to be easier than understanding numbers of gigawatts and what that physically starts to look like on the ground.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, Natalia?
Thank you. I have a question about the permitting guide appendix. Maybe I missed something. I understand, Jeff, that you want to incorporate that, but I would say, considering how much information and work we need to put in on the roadmap, is it really the main point of the roadmap to give guidelines to the developers? Because the concept I look at is basically the same what is saying in Territorial Sea Plan Part 4 and 5, JAD guidelines, and DSL will already have a draft, its internal agreement. We prepare guidelines for pre-application meeting requirements that require by Part 4 and will be, and it is by Part 5, what to do and how to apply for permits. And all of these concepts, they're really very good, but I'm not sure if we really need to spend time to focus to give guidelines for permitting here, and because it's not for developer, this is roadmap for the state. Because everything like coordinate early, inform, give clarity. This is all about JAR guidelines that DSL will need to do anyway. And we already have it for Part 4. So that's my question, if we really need this. I would, Russell, like reading and scanning all the content. Probably what would be helpful for appendix, because we're talking about policy and gaps and how we can address those gaps. For me, instead of permitting guidelines, would be really very useful to create, I don't know how I can call, but mapping of the policy amendment or updates. Like say, there is a sentence, gaps could be mostly addressed by amending territorial sea plan. I disagree with this. So in the mapping, because territorial sea plan is just framework. For example, we had amendment of part 4. Now DSL, we need to go through the statute changes, give authority to DSL, and then we change the rules. So we cannot address almost gaps just by amending territorial sea plan. So at least it would be, I think, and for legislation, it would be helpful and for other people to see that mapping and let the landscape may be legal, that we have territorial sea plan, we have statute, we have energy strategy, we have something else, and amending these would lead to changing in this in statute, then changing in rules, and then we need to coordination. Something like this would helpful. But yeah, I'm not sure if we really need to focus on the meeting guide and spending time for that. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm hearing kind of two different ideas here. One being, it would be helpful to map out the strategy and priorities for addressing the policy gaps. There may be more places to do that. That's a good comment and one to take home. When I was imagining this permitting guide, I was not imagining it being huge and exhaustive, but more, if you're a developer and you're approaching this roadmap, what can you take away from this that will help you in the future? And it's stuff like staying informed on the Oregon research agenda and participate in answering key questions as much as you can. Talk to the state about what policies you need to be addressing early so that you know what information you don't get. Be open with data that you're collecting to support permits, because this roadmap clearly has a preference for open data sharing. Meet early with tribes to understand their interests and participate in tri-party discussions, which is one of the actions in the roadmap. Begin designing your adaptive management approach early so that you can understand your monitoring needs. So it's really like, principles for good permitting from the perspective of a developer coming in and wanting to know how to make the most of this roadmap, not here's the steps, here's how to participate in a chart, that this is more a guidance document for a developer reading the roadmap.
Cool. And we're
Because I thought we could do like technical temperatures
yeah, so the question was like, could the visual be created with some of that? And maybe. But we hear you. We'll play with that one a little bit. So Jeff, I've got a couple of questions back here. I feel like we're getting really close to being ready to kind of do some breakouts on like what needs to change within the document. And I think this last piece too might be what needs to stay. Like, what do you really like that's in there? You want to make sure it stays as is. So both of those. But Angela, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, you mentioned under adding details to alternative futures and pathways that you struggled with alternative 1, the no action alternative. I think there's a lot there that could be explored and expanded on. And I think that alternative deserves as much attention as the others. And so I do think we need to take another look at that and look at ways to fully flesh out some of those alternative futures. Especially in terms of environment and tribal concerns, that one meets those two objectives the best right now. And so I think it definitely needs to have a little more work.
And Angela, I would just ask that as we go into breakouts throughout the course of today, we already have some of those ideas on just general ways to flesh that one out, getting some of those right even today.
Yeah, specifics would be helpful.
Jeff, you can say specifically.
Then specifics would be helpful.
Yeah.
Like what aspects, what elements would you include when you're describing either what that future entails or what the benefits and trade-offs are? I still struggle with is there a like process flow to follow there, that this roadmap would say, state, you need to invest in certain actions that are not involving any offshore wind action.
And something that doesn't steer the offshore wind roadmap into a coastal economic development strategy or a coastal protection strategy or, the state energy strategy, right? So just making sure we're staying within our lane and recognizing, well, we've got all these objectives, how would we actually?
Janine Jones, I'm a citizen of North Bend. I just wanted to voice my support for the idea that units, a couple of different units, for example, if my math is right, if we have between 15 and 25 megawatts per turbine, and we have a minimum for developer interest, which is 1 gigawatt, then that's between 40 and 67 turbines, right? So if that just equivalence, because I think, matching those two things makes it more accessible to more audiences. I want to acknowledge and support the idea that it might be useful to put status quo in the table of contents for path 1 so that everyone understands that's what's happening now. And I want to voice my support for links back for when path 1 is fully explored. It should actually be a reference to all the other ways that we're going to support our energy needs or, coastal communities, that those are links back to the other projects, because this is about offshore wind. So that will be the shortest section, and having links back to the other plans that we're implying by that path is the most useful way to write that section. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Julie, I'll give you last word, but Jeff, I'm hearing that these 10 bullet points are pretty much the major changes. We've got some comments on the permitting guide, we've got some comments on additional detail and alternate futures and pathways, but I haven't heard anybody kind of add to these bullet points.
Thank you. I'm Julie Seastrom, Honest Coos, Tribal Council member for the Confederate Tribes of the Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Siuslaw Indians, and usually Rick Isat is here. He could be here today because he had family commitments. So I just wanted to say thank you for including us in the discussion from day 1 until now, and continuing to do so as the days progress. I appreciate the blue line that you have in our section when it speaks about community and what the definitions of what that might mean as far as community benefits are concerned. Also going back over to capacity, you noted that was a concern for us, and you're working with that. And then also the unfortunate reality of missing and murdered Indigenous people when it comes to man camps and the people that are going to be coming and going through this process, should this process occur. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Do you have specific comments?
Yeah.
Perfect. That's great for breakout. Yeah. Well, not later, right now. So, yeah, Jeff.
I do have a slide on what I plan to do between now and February, if we want to get into that, but I can do it quick.
Go for it.
All right. So I know there's still stuff to do, right, before this goes public. I want to incorporate whatever comments you all have on this draft too. I'm going to do that between now and February. This document has not yet undergone legal review by DOJ. We are planning for that. We're going to try to get that going in December, I hope. So that'll maybe add some context to it. We have been requesting tribal consultation. We've started to have those conversations and just recognizing that may result in some changes to what's in some sections. The appendices that are posted right now are incomplete. The research agenda appendix is awaiting some input from OPAC that we're still waiting to see. There is going to be a summary report of the community engagement work that we have done in parallel to the roundtable And I've talked about that in terms of the public meetings that we've held, the focus groups that we've held. There's a report being worked on to summarize that, and that'll be in the next draft. This permitting appendix that I'm talking about that will be fairly short and directed at what are your big takeaways if you're a developer. And then the capacity assessment, we have a summary level in the main body of the document, but we have greater detail that we have that we're building into an appendix. Those are still on the way. There was a comment about prioritizing our policy gaps and maybe mapping it out, as Natalia has talked about, as well as prioritizing the actions that are in that action section and identifying who would be responsible. In many cases, it just says the state or this should happen. I'm going to take a run at trying to identify responsibilities as best I can within the limitations of what DLCD can direct others to do. And then I hope that today we'll get some feedback on prioritization as well for some of the actions. The West Coast Science Collaborative that California has started up, they're going to make a first presentation to the California Coastal Commission next month, and then we should start seeing more publicly available information. That's a section that I know we need to build more into here. And then various new information as people are telling me there's missing stuff here. The grid resiliency value, as I mentioned, I've reached out to PNNL, hoping to hear more that can help us to further flesh out option 1. And then I've heard a few different times people talking about the carbon of the life cycle of an offshore wind project versus others. I haven't yet put a discussion of that into the document, but I hear it keep coming up enough that I really ought to. And yeah, so that's still to come on this document. Okay, Bonnie.
Cool, thank you. Any questions on the what's to come? We'll talk about this again kind of later in the day, but just a plug for any comments that you do have by December 9th. If you get them even earlier, like double gold stars.
Right now?
If you want them right now, basically it just takes a long time to really process those and get them incorporated. And given all this other stuff too. So just a plug there. I think I'm adjusting our agenda a little bit. I'm thinking we want like a 5 to 10 minute break now, and then we'll come back and do breakout. So what time is it right now?
10:38.
10:38. Okay, let's come back at 10:48, and then we'll jump into breakout sessions. Okay, so 10:48. Get your wiggles out. Refill on coffee and tea. Folks online, we'll see you in 10 minutes. Thanks all. Good morning. All right, do we want to pause the recording for just a little bit?
Well, if we pause it, then it breaks our
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're getting started. I'm thinking out loud with you all. You all tend to like kind of being in a big group session so you can hear everything, and a much smaller number of people talk when we're in a big session. So I'm kind of balancing that a little bit. And so for this next breakout session, I kind of want to do 20 minutes in small groups and 10-minute report out. And then we have a second breakout where we can reverse that if we want. So you guys feel free to push back on me if we're feeling like, oh, actually we want to do 15 minutes or 15 minutes. Okay? So the next 20 minutes, we're gonna, if you can share your screen, Jeff, and we can go to the kind of the breakout questions. So here in the room, we'll have Lisa, Sophia, and Jeff kind of lead 3 breakout sessions. Online, we'll have Brett and Quay lead a breakout session, and then Trevor will be hosting a breakout session with some of our public members that are online. And we want you to focus on kind of these 3 questions. What edits and clarifications are needed now? And what I might suggest for the moderators is you just start with section 1, go section by section through the reorganized version, and I'll pace you as you go through. I'll keep you going through the first sections a little bit faster so that you get to the pathway sections and the actions. So what needs to change? And in particular, what belongs in section 5? What recommendations does the roadmap need to provide to the state, agency, legislature, and others? That's one we want to make sure is right. We've talked a lot about the pathways as a roundtable. We've talked less about the specific policy recommendations and actions that you want in the roadmap. And then the last piece, and we talked about this a lot, but overarching is what content can move to appendices or companion documents. So again, our goal through all of this is we can always add things to this. It's a great compendium of lots of people's ideas. And at some point, it needs to be a little bit more of a strategic action plan and readable and digestible, and folks know what we're going to want to do as a state. Okay? So these 3 questions. Moderators, you feeling pretty good about taking 20 minutes and going through these? Any directions you need from me?
I believe so.
Okay, just a reminder, moderators, please take really detailed notes and make sure you get those to Trevor and Sophia by the end of the day. Roundtable members, any questions at all? Yeah.
These seem fairly detailed questions for a group of people who may not have all had the time to take a comprehensive look at the document.
Yep.
So I'm not sure how it's going to be possible to respond to some of these questions if I've only read 26 pages.
Yep. Do your best. Yeah, that's part of why we're gonna take 20 minutes, and I'll wander around and check in to see on task. Moderators, if it's true you found a group that's like, hey, I don't know, go back to what's your current understanding, articulate what is important to you on the theme. So moderators maybe articulate what the purpose of each section is, and that way, if people haven't had a chance to read that section, they can still tell you what's important to them. Yeah.
I just want to double check, section 5 is the one that you want us to concentrate on the most on this one?
Hold on. Yes, that section, but let me get you the correct numbering.
That's not on the reorg.
No, I know. That's why I'm getting you back to the right number. Just give me 2 seconds. My bad. No, it's okay. I believe it's 8.
This is the
Yeah. The strategies and actions is section 8 in the reorganized version, section 5 in the original. So we're going to be working off the reorg version in your group. And it's the one with the nice blue headline that says reorg version. Yeah, okay. Any questions online? Brett, Quay, you good? All right, Brett. All right, Trevor, let's go ahead and open up those rooms. It looks like your tables are organizing. Jeff here, Sophia here, Lisa here. All right, and moderators, just listen for me. I'll just check in with you and let you know to move through sections. Thanks, everybody.
So on that
I
one.
don't, I would from my computer, but I can't.
You need a reorg version?
I mean, that's not top of my head, but.
Oh, yeah. And other.
Each table should have one.
Oh, so you
Each
didn't.
table should have one instead of, I don't have a reorg, extra reorg here for you. So
I thought the other one did for.
That's how I can look at what. So there's 137.
no, it's just the same conversation about it.
This says second draft.
Yeah, just making sure it's lined up, yeah.
So there's a lot of stuff that was passed being put together, murder and people section.
Oh, I didn't want to second
Yeah,
page.
that's second draft.
There you go, you got it, okay.
Which is, yeah, it's the one that everyone was like, I don't think it's finished.
Oh,
I'm sorry, but you're here to cover your name.
Here.
Everything's
Everything's
totally
fine.
resting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just like,
Every day.
Every day.
6 hours a day, it's a dozen times.
It's a spot. Yes, I did pull it up.
Well, that's through this for like a very long time.
So
My sister, my sister, I want to write a longer text. Talk about her baby already in there. Fisher's grotto.
Yeah. I love that. I mean, I was happy to look through your chart.
Yes.
Did you?
I'll let him
So this first question, you really, what is?
So right now, we're not looking at, we're just looking at.
This is. I'm starting from.
I know, but in the other one, because I didn't.
In the original one.
It was dated information, because King Harding has actually started doing maintenance on site. And so I think we actually started from Scotland that like they.
I do appreciate the entire decommissioning section, right, to get that so much. You know, we're doing
Right.
and I
Did not hit the last, you know what I mean? So it's like, the King Harding is no longer doing it that way. So this might be worth, I totally didn't, I did actually accurate.
I don't know how that works. I saved it on there.
I can do an email.
Delete other things on, like, so I do it on the.
But I just want to make sure it's like,
If I save it on my
information
changes,
changes,
delete everybody else. It tells me. I saved that.
So you download it, make it,
A Word.
label it, make it a Word file.
Yeah.
Label it your own file.
Right.
Save all your changes and then ship that Word, your Word file to Jeff.
So I have to send it to you.
yeah.
Okay.
And I
But you're
will-
editing your own document.
And I can select different files on that.
Okay, now I bring your email. Okay. The one change that I suggested. Was the bureaucratic issues, frustrations, declaring all existing. So it's just kind of repetitive, the way it was. So I made that change.
there's some.
Yeah, when I asked, how do I do this?
Grand advice here. That
I know, but it was in this, our regulations. It was awkward to read, and I made them, it was awkward to read, like it was,
this is snapshot of 2026, but, you know, we really recommend that.
Yeah, it was
What's all this work, because they're not gonna build on it, you know what I mean? Like, And there's a request in there about that. If the request was puts it in paragraph, I mean, I think that needs to be one of the
So
things
I'm not
that
lost
get in
on
the
this
whole
situation.
situation, which made this, what we're talking about right now.
That section for me, I don't recall that.
We're not
in the
doing
pre-draft.
that's just one area where I think,
Yeah.
it should be an acronym.
But there's also,
It's like,
it's
I
followed
think
by a more detailed
everything we're doing
summary, right?
is made more
But
worthwhile. If the document
there were
is not just in
sections in
comment.
this. The background
About the-
introduction,
Like, I
which
told
is
the
a
priority
deeper
right
dive.
now, just because it's like everything that
There were
flows
pieces
from
in
one
the
paragraph
background
document
introduction that
is
I
actually
think
gonna
would
be
be important
over
to include in the summary for policymakers, because I just gave a unit summary for policymakers and I just, it seems like it was missing context, for describing why there's these recommendations for policymakers. And I've read lines, comments on that, but my first impression is, start holding, kind of, I'm trying to cross my eyes at the table of contents and just start reading this. And when I did that and just picked it up cold, I got partway into this thing for policy. Come on. What is this?
Yeah. Is it good? The table was bad and plus
Well, there's the narrative just come off.
So the way that I intended for it to be read is there is a single executive summary that has three columns, and now columns with that page number.
And also
it
the
includes
waiting.
a couple pages in there.
I almost,
That
I
table,
almost think it might make sense
then
to
recommended return actions.
if by the time you're communicating.
And page one of the roadmap proper is that.
It's too late. I mean,
Yeah.
and that's true.
But if
Developers
that can flag the policymaker and I say, I'm a
you need to be
policymaker,
engaging early enough that
then it's just like, what am I making policies for? Because it gets straight to the recommended policies, but it doesn't give you the context for why you do that.
It's on the side here.
I mean, that's how I was. And also some of these policy gaps weren't consistently raised as a policy gap. Some of them, I flagged as being more barriers to development, type framing.
I agree. I have an Apple for my but they'll do it automated. It's very like
All right. I'm going to break my rule on this one a little bit, moderators, where I'm just going to ask you, our moderators, for just some high points, just so we can kind of get back to small group conversations. Trevor and we're waiting for our online folks to come back, and we'll get started. But I think on this one, we'll just do a quick round robin. If there's like 3 or 4 themes, or like what are some of the things that your table was talking about, particularly if they involve kind of major reorganizations, kind of recommendations, things to change, edit, or questions you wanted to make sure you pose to the other tables to chime in on. So this is just to see what's going on in the rest of the room, and then I'll send you guys back to your small groups with one process question. Does that sound good?
Yep.
Okay, hold on. We're just getting our folks back from online. So Brett, I don't know if you heard me, but we're just going to ask our moderators just to give a quick high level overview of like what were some of the key things that you all talked about, and then I'm going to our folks in the room weren't done talking on this topic, so I was going to give them more time to do that. For your group, were you all kind of on a roll of good stuff?
So I was trying to be able to connect with Trevor. I was put in Way's group. So I don't know whether or not there was a group that didn't have a facilitator or not.
Nope, you just had a bigger group.
Okay. And so Way, I think, was taking some good notes for that. I was kind of listening in. So.
Okay. All right. So let's go. Why don't you give a quick summary of what your group was talking about and kind of any sense you have of what more needs to be talked about, and then I'll come to your group next.
So the bulk of our conversation for the latter half was marine spatial planning and terminology. There are other sections of the document where it talks about siting and sea space suitability, but how it relates to marine spatial planning, which is one clarification on that. So maybe more definitions or terms clarification. That was kind of one big part of our discussion. I got tons of notes on that, so I'll send that to you and can see the details on that one. Other things were talked about also with cross-referencing will be good, important, linking other sections of document to guide people who have interest in other parts of documents if you're not able to work through the whole thing. See what else, and also being clear on what's the gap and what's the consideration, and also being clear on descriptions of enforcement policies. My notes. What else? I think that's the main points. If I missed anything big, please somebody go ahead and say those things.
Jeff, any clarification questions you had?
Yeah, I'm not really understanding yet what the substance of the conversations are. Some of those, like the enforceable policy clarification. Yeah, thank you. I might hear more or understand more when I see it written, but I'm unclear what the uncertainty is related to the siting piece and the marine spatial planning, what the question is that needs clarification. We have a section in there that we worked in with our working group to try to explain that, but it'd be helpful to know what's still lacking there. And then when you talk about needing more information about the description of the enforceable policies and the gaps, similarly, I wasn't able to pick out what the thing that the document needs is just yet.
Well, if you wouldn't mind elaborating on marine spatial planning part, we invite you to jump in.
Jeff, this is Jessica from ODFW. I think what we were discussing is just the terminology and switches between terms. So the use of marine spatial planning versus sea space suitability. So that was really kind of, I think, where that hang up was coming from of, yes, it's in section on siting and planning, but are you using the term marine spatial planning or using the term sea space siting? So just being clear on terminology.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. I thought I had come to the marine spatial planning, but
yeah, and then on the enforceable policies gaps, it was more on just making sure, since some of the rationale will be potentially in an appendix, making sure there's really clear linkages there for decisions and descriptions.
Got it. Thank you.
Perfect. So you saw that level of specificity now on like what exactly needs to change in which section of the document and why. Super, super helpful. Otherwise, Jeff scratches his head. Lisa. I cannot, but I'll give you my microphone. I'll switch with you. That's all right. This one's up and going.
Okay, we had and are having a very good conversation. We spent a lot of time on the table of contents, understanding that it's in flux. That was kind of the last thing that happens. But something that really jumped out, a lot of what Wei said we talked about, some things that really jumped out was the fact that there's no reference to biology, conservation, ecology, and folks felt like that would be really important to call out in the agenda, maybe looking at section 2. Where we're talking about the research agenda, there might be some places in there where we can do it, but we can certainly talk more about it. But because that's really one of the main considerations when this comes through, it felt like it was really important to have some place right on the agenda, which may be, the table of contents, which might be the only place some people looked before they go to the parts that are of interest to them. So wanted to have that be really clear and upfront for folks. And do you want to ask a question, Jeff, before I move on from that?
Let me see if this one's working.
You just have to get really close.
Oh, okay.
I think it is.
Oh, okay. I just wasn't close enough.
I don't know.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry.
Yeah. Thank you for that one. I guess where I'm scratching my head is, okay, how do I do that? Because the protection of the environment and the species appears all over this document. It appears in the principles. It appears in, we organize via the objectives, and one of the key objectives is protecting the environment and species. When I shortened the table of contents, it deleted that next level down of like 5.3.2 or whatever, and that's where you would have seen it over and over in the table of contents if it was still at that level of detail. Mm-hmm. But I hear your point that if you look at this table of contents, you don't see that a priority of this roadmap is to protect the environment and species. So that's where I'm like, how do I make that clearer without reorganizing the whole document when it is all throughout the document?
I wonder if, not having it in front of me, but I wonder if there can be sort of a, I keep using this word because I'm going to use it throughout the rest of our comments, but like a summary paragraph or section where we just call that out specifically, acknowledge that you're going to now read this throughout the document, but where it's just really all in one place, and then you find it when you're reading your other sections. That might be one way to do it. But we can talk about that.
And I wonder if one of those things is just marking these things as important lenses. Mm-hmm. And so as you're doing the reading, like some of the comments say is like, oh man, we're putting way too much emphasis on the table of contents. like it's having too much, it's having an outsized weight, or that's what people are gonna read. I'm hearing both of those
Right.
things. So at any rate, if we know that we want the different pathways to be objectively neutral, we want biology to be obvious, then those can be things that we check for.
Yeah. No, I get, I absolutely understand that dilemma. Then one of the other things we talked about were the timelines. So projects, it could be 25 years out from start to getting them implemented. And so is there a way to just talk about that? It's harder to, we were trying to think of if there's a visual or something that could help with that, but just acknowledging that yes, the roadmap is done, but we're still many years out, even if everything was good, right? For the offshore wind energy folks. So that was another big piece. Yes, there was a lot of attention on the table of contents, but I started to get it the more we talked about it. So I do think it is important. We talked about in the arrangement of the sections. So we have capacity. We have the policy. We have the policy assessment. Then we have the capacity. Then we should have the capacity assessment. Then the strategies. All of those kind of. So that was just one simple thing. And then it was really important. Everybody seemed to agree that it's really important to talk and have a visual as well as words about what units of power equal on the ground and what that footprint could look like, because that's one of the other key concerns associated with this. We talked a lot about appendices, and I can just give you those notes. And then there was a really good up front. So the quote that's buried in on page 2 feels like it could go like on the front cover page. Like that sort of sets the stage, and then move into sort of the layout, have the policymaker summary up front, and then move into the table of contents, and then proceed down from there. Did I capture that right? Okay. Yeah.
That's the quote from John.
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes. And then again, her conclusion paragraph, at the end, just kind of pulling the whole doc together. And then we had a lot of other pieces that I think it's just a matter of just calling it out. Did I capture everything that everyone thought was like super important? Hyperlinks, all those good things. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yes. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Perfect.
So I think when we were talking about what edits or clarifications are needed now, our conversation went to the purpose of the roadmap, and as a document and emphasize how needs to be done, like the how. And we were talking about how this process describes how things should be done, like having these multiple stakeholders that are interested or parties that are interested in this particular topic, having these conversations in advance. So how that important, that conversation upfront is super important to have better outcomes. And probably not for offshore wind, but in general for any other project that will be developed on the coast of Oregon. So make more emphasis in the purpose of this document, not as a roadmap or guidelines, but as a whole, like how projects should be developed along the coast of the Oregon of this state. And I think we talk about the supply chain path as well that need to have to be defined a little bit better in terms of the flavor of it, to include more details in how it will take place in Oregon, whether it's developing this whether offshore wind is developed here in the state or is an option when offshore wind is not here. And then the next question, what belongs in section A, that in the reorganized document about the recommendations. And I think one of the recommendations that was important to consider is like the steps for success or recommendations for success. And the suggestion was that we should include this as a tips or tricks or something like that, right? So what should be done, and if offshore when it comes in the future, like developers or someone that is engaged in the process should look at what will the things that they need to see, like put it that as a recommendation, like the steps up for success or recommendations for success. And another recommendation was to clarify the cap information, like to explore a cap information that is released after certain period of time, like after 5 or 10 years, a recommendation to review based on the evolving information from a comparison perspective of what is happening somewhere else, like in China, and also be based on the energy and not in the number of turbines. And then the content that should be moved to the appendices or the companion documents is like one suggestion is the plan for permitting. The other one should move to the appendix because will be more useful information that will benefit in the future someone that comes to develop offshore wind. The NRL study as well, need for a regional transmission approach is key, but it needs to be moved to the appendix as well, and make sure that all the glossary words are actually showing up in the document.
Oh, wait, someone said hyperlinks, hyperlinks, but specifically we said that acronyms would be great if they could hyperlink back to the acronym list. Sorry, maybe that's an intern task.
It could be. I guess when I think about reading a document, I am afraid to click on a hyperlink because I'm going to lose my place. It's going to send me right back to the beginning, and then I'm like, oh man, I got to scroll to page 164.
Well, they break a lot. They'll break, but I hear you.
Yeah.
It is nice to move around, and it breaks. Jeff, what'd your group come up with?
Okay. Let's see. One of the first comments was about the summary for policymakers, making it really clear why a policymaker would be pursuing these things that are being recommended, so that there's a why element missing. And then some consistent terminology in that summary table if we're talking about an actual policy gap or a policy we want to see or an action we want to take or something that's missing, that there needs to be some more consistent discussion of that. We had a long discussion about the power economics and dynamics about if you have an offshore wind installation off of Oregon, but that in reality the buyer is going to be in California, what would it look like to have a policy that requires that power to land in Oregon first? And would it affect power bills on the coast? And I finally got to explain what I've been trying to explain for like a year in those cartoons I never got to show. This idea that you could have a situation where offshore wind is being produced off of Oregon, lands on the coast. The electrons that got produced by that turbine are used in coastal homes, but the power is paid for on a California power bill because the buyer is there. And if we had a regional power market that allowed that sharing to happen, that could actually take place. And the Lunch and Learn, we discussed that as well, where when PNNL looked at the regional grid, they found there's some real benefit for most of the year to Californians who pay high amounts of money for their power, but there are certain times of year where it would actually benefit the other way. And that raises value questions about should Oregon host something off of its coast and commit its uses and resources to something that benefits California? And what are the ways to make that equitable? What are the mechanisms, either through the transmission infrastructure, if it gets built to better connect us, does California need to pay for it? Does there need to be a governor level transboundary discussion about what regional electricity sharing needs to look like in order to benefit Oregon in that case? So there was a lot of that, and those kinds of discussions could apply also under Path 1. That if we are going to be increasing and improving our regional connectivity, what are those equity considerations that need to be figured out financially or otherwise? There was a recommendation to change the titles for the different alternative futures to like status quo, economic engagement only, experimental development, entry-level utility scale. So bringing that 1 gigawatt concept as an actual alternative future rather than making it a cap call out, and then kind of an all-in approach. But then you'd still have to splinter off whether you do port development for Coos Bay for a staging facility or not. And we were just starting to dig into that. And then the last one was about, we've identified all these policy gaps, but are we clear in the roadmap about where we go with those? Is there a really clear action that is prioritized? Kind of like what Natalia was talking about earlier this morning of what is our strategy for addressing these gaps in terms of state priorities, state capacity, et cetera.
Nice. Yes?
Sorry. What Jeff was saying made me think a little bit more about the context of our group's input, which was really similar about, we were thinking about the legislature and legislators and kind of the politics of offshore wind in Oregon currently. And we felt like it was so important to emphasize these processes, are going to be really relevant for any kind of development. And it was with them as in mind, right? It's like, and then there was another recommendation we had, which was really uplifting the concept that this is a living document, that it's something that is designed to be revisited in the future, because, it's so much work, and we've created this like incredible foundation that is a snapshot of 2026. But in order to be useful for the state for many purposes beyond offshore wind, would benefit continued attention and revisiting in the future. So making sure we're uplifting that and emphasizing, you say it in the document, I want to pretend you don't say it, but this is one of those maybe above the fold situations, you know what I mean? I think we need to do a really good job above the fold of telling the story about why this is relevant, not just for offshore wind, because the process, I feel like the work we're doing here does really, really good job of emphasizing how early, meaningful, transparent engagement with communities and tribes is how you get to more successful outcomes for everybody. So anyway, that's it.
We did have one more thing. It's not big, it's important, but I could have easily put it in the notes. I just want to say it. So kind of on that point, the other piece that didn't get called out here that folks thought was really important is we talk about like the community engagement piece, but what is community? And so maybe certainly calling the tribes out separately from that, but then also maybe industry and then community, and then defining what community means in some of your CBOs and youth group and all those different pieces was really important to folks. And being really transparent about it, which should help, people read.
And to that point, Lisa and Julie, you had there was a highlighted portion. There is a portion of the roadmap that does start to talk about defining community and talking about tribes are different than community, and meaningful engagement with everybody happens, right?
It's in there, but this point of having a specific discussion of what do we mean when we say community, I think that's a really good point.
Yep. Yeah. And maybe it's like principal level kind of conversation.
Agreed. Yeah, that's where I would.
Side of over-explaining, basically, was, I think, it's like a lot of what we're saying is like, it's in there.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, a lot of what we're talking about is in there, but it's explaining it. And like, I just think that we need to be able to, the context of why it all matters kind of requires that explicit explanation of like, why it matters, that you don't do community engagement just to check the box. You don't define, you know what I mean? It's like this is how you end up with better outcomes that better serve people and that are more likely to succeed, right? Like, I think being explicit about that is the intent behind work. Because I think, the accusation sometimes is like, oh, this roadmap is just making it, it's just creating barriers to offshore wind, it's making it harder. And I think it's really important to be like, this kind of process where you do a ton of engagement that slows down the process up front leads to smoother, better outcomes in the future. Regardless of whether it's offshore wind or whatever the future is, it's like you're gonna get better outcomes. And that's also where it becomes not just about offshore wind, it becomes about if you're doing any kind of development, here's the process, right? So I think that like, that's why I'm trying to like, again, it's not that the document doesn't imply this or say it in a million different little ways, but like being explicit about that in narrative, and especially in my mind, in any kind of above the fold communication is what helps legislators understand why they should care, why this is relevant, and then like be maybe more attentive to the nitty grittiness of it because it's grounded in this like, oh, I see why this is useful for leading to successful outcomes for things I care about. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, over-explain it and keep it short. Got it. No, I'm kidding.
No.
No.
This is about you list principles, right? But I'm just talking about grounding it in grounding it in the why rather than letting it be implied, because I think it was not clear that this is actually creating like, this is how you avoid people trying to blow it up at the end without saying those words necessarily, obviously. But that's, I think, why we tend to hide the ball in Oregon and in all states. When they draft legislation, it happens behind closed doors, it goes live, and then people just like blow it up. And it's like, you can avoid that by having really intentional, meaningful, transparent processes, right? And I think spelling it out is worthwhile. Sorry.
Yeah, I was being a little flip, but I guess what I want to offer and ask is you all hold pens too. And this is an opportunity where if you have like passionate, like, or just like a really clear way to say, like, this is what this needs to say, and it's something we need to put right up front. We've got this afternoon to start drafting some stuff. You can send me some things. Help me have the voice that this needs to have.
Well, and just to build on that, I was gonna send you guys back to breakouts with that promise.
Yeah.
Right, so that's, you can continue talking about what needs to change in the document, but the second half of our breakouts was exactly like, what are the key messages and priority recommendations that, like, you've read this roadmap a couple of times now. Like, if you wanted like people to walk away with the key things, what are those? So Julia, you mentioned about the fold. We were using that last meeting. It means in the old days when you had printed newspapers, it's the headlines you could see above the fold, headline messages, whatever we want to end up calling them, but we've heard a couple already, right? It's, here are the multiple pathways. Community engagement early and often is really important. The biology and the environment is important. So I think let's go back into breakout rooms for the next 15, 20 minutes and start brainstorming some of those, and we can continue it after lunch. I want to pause at 12:15, 12:20 for public comment because we promised we would. And then we'll do lunch. Does that sound good?
It does. I thought I saw a hand maybe online, and I want to make sure we're not missing it.
Trevor, did you see anything? Or
no?
We'll just pause there. Anybody online want to jump in?
I'll just chime in really quick. I think Jeff's cartoon needs to live in the appendices, but that's just me. So Jeff's infamous cartoon could be somewhere we could all, I think, benefit from it.
Well, and going to our bingo and Jeopardy game, it could be a bingo square too.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you all haven't seen it yet. It was the one that I never got to show you because we always ran out of time.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go.
One thing I wanted to do was, we talked about it here, this is about offshore wind, but what is gonna happen almost certainly, irrespective of the administration and everything else, transmission.
Yep.
And the transmission that's gonna happen to get to the coast or to get from the coast, that's gonna that will trigger a lot of the same issues, early, often, meaningful communication, good information, good biology, all that. So just from the standpoint, is there value to this? Absolutely. And it's something that is much less uncertain than offshore wind, so.
Yeah, I heard you talking about any form of major coastal development for land use change. Okay, all right, I'll queue up the questions, but just to read them real quick for the moderators, and Trevor, as you get breakout rooms ready. The question's really like, what are the headline messages that the roadmap should communicate to the legislature? I'm gonna just leave it with that one. There's a couple others around like what might some near-term priorities be, and they're up here online, but I kind of want you to focus on like, what would be the headline messages the roadmap should communicate to the legislature? And this is also a good opportunity if you're feeling like you haven't had a chance to voice, we would love to hear you. If you feel like you said a lot, good opportunity to take a step back. And then also Post-its, write down a Post-it. Like if something comes into mind, write it down before you lose it. Headline messages to the legislature. Jeff, did you want to say something?
Nope.
Okay, same groups, and then we'll take a break at 12:15. And just as a reminder, Jeff had taken a crack at some headline messages in the executive summary, correct?
Yeah, I can put those on the screen.
We can put those up on the screen. And Bill, can you look at the executive summary and give me the page reference in the reorg version? Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. It's at the bottom of ES1, right there under the summary for policymakers in a blue box.
So we've got split to 2 pages, so I can't show them all in one. But
do you want me to try it?
It's just really small.
Oh, I did that too, because it was too small.
Oh, I got it up here.
If you want.
Regardless of the level of detail you provide in these models and analysis, it is not cost effective unless it's intensely subsidized. If it's not, none of these pathway, or it will be the primary filter in which priorities are being about.
You can change up the verbiage, but like here are the principles, like that's just transition start, and like here's the principles to transition to offshore.
They carved out a portion because we have to do that. And they put in 5 gigawatts for solar along with the work is so we all join.
It's often a way of like telling certain interested parties you're gonna get screwed, which is fun, but like, yeah. Or it's a thing.
So of that,
For sure, for sure, for sure. There's a certain area I'm just like, we're only listening to
It's a little slice. It's a disappointingly little slice, but it is. It's going to be.
They already assume that's why
Sorry, I do want to hear that. I just do my
And electric cars.
So I said, okay, these are the emerging technology options. They break it down and cost projection. No, this is great. I'm glad you're asking. So, and this is what I heard from Jason. But so, okay, what is the cost of these two technologies going to be in the year 2035? 50 or so. Projections for offshore say that it's going to be from $50 to $75 per megawatt, whatever. And they aim at like 60 cents. And then looking at GDP, so per kilowatt. No. Let me. Sorry. And then it's geothermal. Because right now. So when you bring that in a little more units, it's like 67 cents. Here's what that has in the offshore. And we pay 3.5 for the so, and solar is 25.
All right. They still haven't popped back yet. Did you give them the 1 minute?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Next.
So that's actually good. I mean, at least we got that bullet.
All right, welcome back, everybody. All right, let me just do a quick check-in with folks. How did that go? Did you good? Like,
We got there in the last 2 minutes.
oh, I mean, sometimes that's what it takes. But I guess, was that productive and do you need more time to work this question? I'm gonna feed you right quick, but
We're avoiding all group session.
yeah, that's kind of what I'm testing is like, have we kind of run our course in small groups already? Yeah, you guys have? Okay. All right. Brett, Quay, how did your group do? Did you guys online kind of run the course of the conversation on this last one?
Yeah, I think we ran the course. We had a really good discussion. We're going right to the end, but I think we kind of were coming towards kind of wrapping up the dialogue.
Okay, beautiful. Sounds good. All right, if I can get everybody's attention back up here to the front of the room, I promise I will feed you really, really soon. But I need your undivided attention for just a little bit.
Sorry.
You're good. So I want to open up an opportunity for public comment. If anybody online, and I'm not seeing any public members here in the room, but anybody online would like to provide a public comment, can you just raise your hand up and we'll invite you to give a comment. I'm looking for Michelle.
Yeah, she hopped off.
Ah, rats. I was like, I know she wanted to say something.
Maybe it's
okay. Anybody else? Okay. And Michelle, since this is recorded, I apologize for calling you out. That was poor form on my part, but you're part of our family now. All right, let's go ahead and take lunch. So it's just a little after 12:15. We've got a full hour for lunch, I think, right? So I want to make sure I'm not giving extra time. Yeah. So let's go ahead and take till 1:15 for lunch, and then we'll come back at 1:15. Folks online, make sure you get outdoors, get away from that Zoom view, and we'll see you back here at 1:15. Thanks, everybody. Lunch here in the room is just outside.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
those are the 7 points.
So we have kids here.
And then, during the interview.
Those are the ones we're going to be working from.
My resume's pretty like environmental.
It's part of the document.
And they're like,
Yeah,
oh,
they're gonna
we
reorganize.
Board Cove LNG project, would you be okay?
All right, everybody, we're going to get started in about 2 minutes. So good chance to refill coffee, get one more stretch, and then we'll come back and get started. All right. Well, we just closed the windows. We're going to lock the doors.
Oh, man.
Sophia's not allowed to fall asleep. Yeah, it's cozy time. So make sure you get what you need to keep your energy up. Yeah. All right. Brett, are you back with us okay?
I am.
All right, great. Welcome back, everybody online. We're glad to have you. All right. So hopefully everyone had a good lunch.
So good.
Good. I know. I was like, oh, I like every piece of this. So the plan for the afternoon is what we were thinking is we talk a little bit about what some of those kind of key headlines are that we want the legislature to know about the roadmap. And we're going to see if we can get pretty close to a group of headlines that we feel comfortable with today. We won't hold you to them. You guys can comment on those as much as you want. But if we can, I'm probably going to do a little straw poll kind of test on consensus. Like these are the group of headlines we'd like to send out for public comment. And of course, you have till December 9th and plenty of time, and they could change. Nothing was done forever. But just to test how we're feeling about them. And then I'd like to ask questions of like over the course of the last 10 meetings, like what are some of the areas where you've seen this group with widely diverse interests grow closer together in terms of things you agree on? So that could be things like, oh, it seems like we started around kind of cumulative effects and gathering information. We've come much closer to where we are on that, or understanding visual effects or whatever. And then also ask the other side of that question, like, what are some really important areas that there's still disagreement about? And what are some of those conversations that we have yet to have that are really important for you to feel like you can stand behind the roadmap? So we want the roundtable members, every single one of you, as we go out to public comment, to be like, yep, I participated in this. I was heard. What I cared about is in the roadmap. There's stuff I don't agree with in the roadmap. There's some stuff I agree with in the roadmap, but I can stand behind this document in its current form. I'm not asking you to actually do that, but what would you need that we haven't delivered for you yet in order to be able to say that? Does that framing of the question make sense? Sometimes I ask things in circles. Okay, all right. So let's start off though by kind of examining some of those headlines. So Trevor, would you mind kind of popping up the 7 headlines that Jeff had drafted? So these are the 7 headlines that were in the executive summary. The last 30 minutes or so before lunch, we asked you in small groups to think about what additional headlines there might be. Don't worry about reading this. Trevor's just going to keep a running bit. If you want to take a look at it, you can come up close either to the front or the end. And then Trevor, feel free to zoom as you go through. But Jeff, do you want to start off with kind of your table? And it could be you as a moderator or anybody else from your table. If you're feeling ready.
Julie, I don't have your post-it, so I might ask you to, but I think I crossed that out. So sure, yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right. And then Lisa, is it okay if I come to you after Jeff?
Sure.
Okay. One of the first headlines that came out of our discussion was that prioritizing the coastal transmission to increase our regional resiliency and opening up the possibility of regional power markets seems like a no-brainer, low-hanging fruit investment for the state. And increasing that north-south connection and having that interstate regional coordination about what a regional market could mean. That you would want that whether you had turbines or not, that it's an investment the state could make. There was a point to emphasize that coastal resources already have a high value to coastal communities and to the state. And because of that high value, if we proceed with offshore wind, we need to proceed with extreme caution. There were some concepts and values that are important to make sure are interspersed within whatever our key headlines are. Things like the communication is key to any development along the coast. There was a desire to talk about timelines, the short term and the long term, the immediate timelines, and how those fit into any messaging that we do. Recognizing that offshore wind will have impacts to the Oregon coast and coastal communities that can include both negative effects and positive impacts that are important to fully understand. Recognizing the importance of engagement with the federally recognized tribes of or from Oregon, in any decision making. And I think to my group, were there any key headline areas that I missed? Okay.
While they're waiting, Trevor, just to catch up a little bit, communication is key, including timelines, near to long. And then 11, north-south grid resilience and regional power market participation.
I realize that we're a group that's familiar and that we're oftentimes use verbal shorthand. But as I've read the document, I want to make sure that we leave that verbal shorthand out, because that's a shorthand that's developed amongst this group. And one of those that I'm really keying in on is the term offshore wind. Because the wind offshore of Oregon already has an economic impact because it grows fish. And there's a difference between wind and offshore wind energy conversion. And I think it's going to be really important to go through that document. And if we're talking about wind, that's the stuff that just blows across the ocean. We should reserve the term wind for that. But if we're talking about offshore wind energy conversion or offshore wind energy conversion development, then I think we should make a distinction between wind and wind energy development.
Good point. That's one that has been brought to my attention in previous drafts, and I tried to do that. If I missed any, though, that's a good, please catch me in the comments.
Great. All right, Lisa, I'm coming to you.
So we sort of looked at it like you've got a legislator trapped in the elevator with you. What could you impart to them in that short period of time after you've hit the stop button and then stood in front of it so it can't start again? So we thought that the 7 that were up there, they were okay. They were a little wordy, so a little bit more concise, but then also if they're missing the how. So right now they're just statements, but what we think that they would want to know is, that's great, but what is it that you want us to do? How are we going to get there? So that would be one piece. We also want to ensure that any offshore wind energy development must clearly benefit and support local communities. Local communities cannot be sacrificed. We thought, instead of necessarily words, that there could be a visual of how the process is going to go. So statutes, rulemaking, the way forward, so that they understand the paths that they're going to be taking. Let's see, being mindful of how we order these, whatever they end up being, because number one is always number one. That must mean it's the most important. So being really thoughtful about how we lay them out. We did have some suggestions for that, but we can just send those to you. We thought that the last sentence of Governor Kotek's quote is a key message that we would want to get out there.
Could someone read that? Mm-hmm. Someone have it at their fingertips?
This is an opportunity. It's also a challenge.
Oh, sorry, Ann. I'm going to make you do it one more time.
I think that's for me. This is an opportunity. It's also a challenge, but we have to try.
No, read the whole sentence.
Oh, I thought you said the last part. You want the whole sentence?
I did, but I
Okay.
think we want.
In Oregon, we are working towards clean electricity, 100% clean electricity by 2040. That means what we are doing now, we have to do more of, and we need to put new options on the table. And that means offshore floating wind as a possibility. This is an opportunity. It's also a challenge, but we have to try.
Thanks, Ann.
Then just that all this has, we didn't capture this in a concise manner, but all this input from various interests, various perspectives, all along, up and down the coast. We've done our job. We've put together this roadmap. So now you need to take it and do something. So do your job. Well, that's not a directive. I was just saying, quote, do your job.
Well, we're going to assign that quote.
Could
you
please?
Yeah, there's a call to action. Like the roundtable did its job. Now it means real action needs to happen. Yeah, we'll say that nicely. But it's on Trevor, on 13, 14, 15, can you just drop that into the speaker notes for now? Just so we don't lose it, but it's not like there. And then the additional on the graphic text was in particular like the steps along implementation. So it's not this, I just want to be cautious around our use of word pathways.
Yeah, I think of it almost as like the angles of attack on the implementation. You might get there through rulemaking, you might get there through investment, you might get there through processes.
Yeah, and the idea, if that could be visualized in a way, is like, oh yeah, here's some things I can start now. Okay, cool. Hui and Brett, I see you in a car, but I don't know if Hui's around or anybody else.
No, I'm going to be reporting out this time, Bobby. So.
Oh, Brett, you are? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, all you.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, we took the first round. I took the second one, and yes, I'm in the car right now, but I'm prepared. So, from our group, some of the feedback was, first of all, this document will not tell us if we will or will not have offshore wind, and more discussions will need to continue. And this is a framework for future conversations. Going into that a little bit more, there was one interview that kind of had what they felt was a progression of statements. Oregon may or may not have offshore wind in the future. We could have between 50 and 300 turbines from Coos Bay South. Energy production may serve Oregon users, California users, or both. If offshore wind is developed, there will be impacts to fisheries, habitat, and scenery, and planning can help mitigate. Keeping on with that, there was a point that said data is a big point here. There's mistrust with data at the federal level, and we need to retain data sovereignty in the state. Tribe consultation needs to be included in research and analysis rather than just Western science. There was,
Brett, sorry, I just want to pause so we can catch up on the live notes here, if that's okay.
Yep.
So, data sovereignty, and then also that data is just important.
That is correct.
And trust in data is low at the federal level, and the data.
That's right. And that tribal consultation needs to be included within research and analysis rather than just Western science.
Yeah.
And then getting on to a little bit more specificity about its connection with clean energy in the future. Oregon needs more energy. This is one way to achieve it. Offshore wind can be an important way to transition to a clean energy future, but we need to do it in a right and responsible way, including the tribes, and be inclusive to stakeholders, and we need to be transparent.
Yeah.
I would question the statement, Oregon needs more. Oregon is exporting energy, so how could we say Oregon needs more energy?
I think that the Oregon energy strategy is where I would lean on that. And that they've looked at the data to say that in order to meet Oregon's clean energy goals, half of our power right now comes from greenhouse gas emitting sources. So if we're going to be transitioning to clean, we need to create those generation sources that are not greenhouse gas emitting.
And and we don't need to get into the wordsmithing here, but Jeff, I noticed in the comments what adjectives to the way we talk about floating offshore wind energy development. Like what was it? Responsible and sustainable. There was two adjectives that are in the document quite a bit right now.
Yeah, responsible is one. I can't recall the other. Did someone put it on their bingo?
It's in the glossary.
It might be. Is it in the glossary? Anyway, if someone wants to pull it up, we get bonus points. But I think that those descriptors of like whatever the way is probably important. Okay. Hold on just a second.
I just wanted to point out that Brett actually put forth a very specific and articulate phraseology that did not get captured there. So if there's any way he could type it into the chat or put it in, it sounded like your group really had some very specific ways of explaining things that made sense to me as you were saying them. So, and I don't think we got those.
Yeah, and I've already forwarded that the specific information over to Trevor, so he can grab that.
And was it the particular like series of statements at the front of what Brett was sharing in particular, or the stuff towards the end, or all of it?
The stuff towards the beginning where they were
Yeah.
just kind of like laying it out. This
Progression.
is sort of the great.
Yeah, right. So like this table is like, well, what if you led with what Governor Kotek said? And like, what if right after that there was like those series of statements
This is
that
what it
came from the
means.
roundtable? Yeah. Okay.
And Trevor, on that section, you'll see that I noted the logical progression of statements on that specific issue.
Okay, great. Thank you.
The only one that I would want to push back on is the assumption that it would be south of the coast. There are cost of energy reasons, but really this roadmap envisions that it could happen anywhere along the coast.
So, and Jeff, to that point, we did have, that was the statement that was made, and then we did have some follow-up discussion within our group about, how this could apply across the coast. Some of the I guess the discussion was that, the data which had come forth so far that with regards to offshore wind, the place that it made the most sense was Coos Bay South. But our group did have some dialogue about that subsequently, and that was noted in the notes that was Trevor.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Sophia, do you want to share for your group?
Thank you, Bobby. I think our group said highlighting the key principles of the document, in particular those principles that are needed to the transition to renewable energy and to support the development of offshore wind energy that will support the development of coastal communities in Oregon. In other words, how offshore wind will support the economy and energy development of the coastal communities. So emphasize that within those numbers.
And did your group talk about the 4 principles that were there now, like highlighting the 4 that are in there, or just principles generally?
I think we say the 4 principles, just trying to make sure that we include those in or highlight those within that box.
It was about the 4 principles, but it was also about again, kind of, I feel like we're a broken record here, but emphasizing the why they matter for getting better outcomes when legislating. Do you know what I mean? Like trying to have it, and I don't know if this is like a standalone principle. I don't know if this is a standalone bullet point or if it's just part of the narrative, but I just think there needs to be a really clear story about framing this as these are this process that involves a lot of heavy lifting, right? Of like meeting these principles is how you lead to successful outcomes and smart policy that can actually pass. So however you want to phrase that, but like, and also you're probably getting to this, but that this is a beginning and not an end. Kind of really trying to frame this up as a first step, not like, look, we did the roadmap, all done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Julia. And then there are specific comments, like for example, in the number 2, replace suitable with compatible, reorder instead of 1, move the 3 as 1. So switch 1 to be number 3, and then adding a number 8, or probably number 21, explaining why. So the point is why processes like this matter, especially because it leads or will lead to more successful outcomes, what you just said. And I think was to include a point that says or emphasize that Oregon local coastal communities, they need to benefit from the energy that comes from offshore wind in terms of infrastructure and economic development. And the importance of wording and the narrative of this point to highlight that part. And then in number 5, in the original version, number 5, add at the end of the sentence, not only, I think it was offshore wind, but add at the end of other major coastal development, not just offshore wind, but added that at the end of it. Yeah. Did I miss something else?
Okay, great. So next I'm gonna kind of read through some of these, but listening to what the other groups had to say on key messages and looking at the original 7. How are you all feeling about that? Like thumbs up, sideways, down, sideways?
We're good at making lists.
Well, this is I was gonna point to this, is we are good at making long lists, not short lists, but which is kind of where I'm gonna head to in a little bit, is whether we want to spend some time prioritizing this. Jeff, I'm not feeling necessarily like we do, but we could. And there's some overlap, and we can clean it up. But sure. Yeah.
It seems like the original.
Sorry, Anna. Just as a reminder, we're trying to use the mics because it carries a lot better for folks.
It looks like the original 7 are really more kind of in line with recommendations moving forward, whereas a lot of what I think you heard in the room is like that if we want the over the top first part, we have to do some stage setting too as to like what this is, what does it look like. So I kind of, when I read the 7, it just felt like it was a little bit adrift in terms of if that was all you were going to say. So
Dean.
Yeah, thanks. So when I look at these, my concern is what's new here. I mean, what do we know now that we didn't know when we started? And when I look at the list of things that we have, it seems like most of those are things that we probably already knew when we started. And so I'm wondering if we need to do a little bit of digging to say, well, what did we actually learn over the last year and a half or whatever it's been that's different? Because if we're just putting out there what was already known, we haven't really done anything. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Makes complete sense.
So I think one way to whittle this large number of key messages down would be to look at each one and say, did we already know that going in? Or is that something we learned from our conversations? So just it's a suggested way of editing this down.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking out loud, Dean, and then Jeff too, because that's a little bit of where the next question I was gonna ask of like where have we grown together over the last 10 meetings to identify new areas that we agree on, which is a different way of saying where have we made progress or what's new. And I can read through the 21 that we have just real quick, high level. I'm wondering if we just start a new list of like here are the key things that are new. Because there's some things that I didn't hear in this list, which is any roadmap has to have alternatives because there's an uncertain future. Or like, what was another one that came up? That we need to collaborate regionally with Washington and California. So some things like that. Yeah, Mike.
One of the topics that came up in our group that I'm not sure was added to the list. So here I am talking about good at making long lists, offering another suggestion. But a new piece of information that I've bumped into, at least new to me, is this realization that, yeah, we've been convened to look at these policy gaps and map out all these different possible scenarios. But I keep bumping into the fact that economics are going to be a key driver, regardless of the policy. Economics will drive if and what level of development takes place here on the Oregon coast. And that almost seems like a headliner for me, because if you don't offer that caveat that just says, you know, if it's too expensive and no one's going to buy it, we can show you how you could go about making it power and the policies that would be necessary to make power that's too expensive that no one will buy. So that just seems to be that needs to be kind of a front end message, because we may actually be identifying some pathways that will end up being infeasible because it'll be too expensive and there won't be anybody to buy it.
Can I test just a slightly alternative framing to see if it changes things too much? Which is, there's all the work you all could do with the roadmap, but there's things that are going to be outside of your control. Economics might be one, there might be other drivers. And so any roadmap needs to recognize there's some things that are out of control, right?
I don't know if there actually is something you could do about that economics rule, but at what scale? If we're talking about the economics of just producing power for Oregonians to purchase and it has to be affordable, then yes, based on what we currently know today, it is not competitive. But if you can expand your circle of what it means to be economical, then you think about one way you could address this is by supporting a regional power market, or to somehow incorporate the full scope of benefits and trade-offs, like the creation of new job opportunities and industries that would come with it, or appropriately valuing what grid resiliency could mean for the coast. But there might be ways to say, yes, economics rule, but at what scale?
I guess I'm not saying the rule, but it will certainly shape the level of whether or if.
Yeah, good.
Bobby, Trevor, could you just expand the content part, just the content part of the site, so we don't see so we can see a little larger?
Oh, yeah.
Text.
Full screen.
Thank you.
I did full screen. I think I.
All right. And Jeff, I'm wondering if I just give a quick summary of some of these. Okay. I'm also looking to you for kind of signals on where to take the conversation next, because we developed a very long list. For me, I'm also hearing it just needs some work in terms of consolidating and making it precise and choppy. So
yeah, I don't know if you're talking about it.
Think about it for just a little bit. But Trevor, if you could flip up to the top of that slide one. So here's what we've got for key messages. So Oregon should undertake state or local, and I'm going to ask, is this a recommendation or is this like a key message? Oregon should undertake state or local rulemaking in the near term to address policy gaps identified in the roadmap related to potential future offshore wind development. So basically, Oregon can do some rulemaking to fill gaps. Not a headline? Who thinks it is a headline? Go ahead and raise your hand. If it's not a headline, go ahead and raise your hand. Okay. That's not, I'm not asking that for being decisional. I'm just kind of trying to read the room a little bit. All right, Oregon can make good use of time by proactively leading its own siting effort to find what areas offshore are suitable. understand what state policy. Oregon can make good use of time by proactively leading its own siting effort. Is that a headline? No? Okay. To me, that feels like something that was pretty new, that you guys really leaned into. Is that, what's the right word now? See suitability analysis?
Yeah.
I think the reason why I'm struggling with this, sorry. I think the reason why I'm struggling with this is that it's like a headline with the right context. I think as a standalone sentence, it kind of doesn't have that pizzazz, you know.
Sure.
But like when you unpack what it means and why it matters, it's like we have a bunch of unanswered questions. We can't even decide on whether or not there should be a cap because we feel like we don't understand what's out there and what's available. Like this information is foundational to making decisions about whether or not to move forward, but the sentence doesn't really like give us that. You know what I mean? It's like, so anyway, I think that's why I'm struggling with it, because I think, yes, it's a priority, but so anyway, I don't know. This is a hard exercise.
Are the words getting in the way or is the content getting in the way?
I feel like this is what Anne was getting at. There's like a contexting of these that is, I think, as not almost more important than the bullets themselves, because like, I agree that there should be a bullet about we need to coordinate with regional, transmission and procurement, with our states. But I feel like bulleted list is okay if it's grounded in this, like, here's why it matters and it helps you make a decision context. And so I think that's why this exercise is challenging for me.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Am I articulating that well?
Yeah,
Okay.
Recommendations and context. I mean,
The recommendations without context are not as. It's just
Yeah, sure. So Jeff, go ahead, and then I just have.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking of if you have a legislator trapped in an elevator and they say, what do you need out of this? What are you actually asking for to do this? Maybe to rephrase this and make it simpler is Oregon should invest in figuring out for ourselves where offshore wind should go and where it shouldn't.
Yes.
Something like that.
That's something exactly.
And on the top one, like Oregon needs to fill gaps in its policies, and that's going to take some work and some money.
So Jeff, this is where I was gonna go next. What you just did, and you got that positive reaction, is the better use of our time may just be you doing that, and then letting this group react to it.
That's a lot of pressure.
Well, it's not. It's what you've been doing.
Sure.
Right?
We're really good at reacting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're really good at reacting, but every time we ask you to wordsmith the sentence, like that's not productive because then we haven't done the front end context and we haven't done the back end implementation. Right. So anyway, I was just acknowledging back to what Julie was offering that this exercise is a little bit hard to figure out because we haven't led you into it, done the wordsmithing to get the language precise because we haven't processed all the listening that we've been doing today.
Yeah, I agree. When we
Hold
started
on just
this.
a second.
Lexi Woodward, South Coast Development Council, I was thinking when we started this exercise that I fully trust Jeff to take all this input and then put it into one's final suggestion. Yeah, that's it.
I'm going to go Dean and then Mike.
So clarification is number 2, the siting effort, is that just a different way of saying marine spatial planning?
Yep.
Yes. Okay. Then I like what Jeff did in rephrasing it in a way that would make sense to a legislator on an elevator. Because marine spatial planning, while it makes sense to me, it probably makes sense to everybody else here, it might not make sense to a legislator without some explanation. So that's something to think about in these messages is how we're translating what might be terminology that we take for granted that they won't know.
Yeah,
Thanks.
the thing I've been hearing both in the 21 here and there's different categories of messages. There's the what, the how, and the why. Right? So it's a little hard to do all three. But a legislator would need to hear all three of those. Okay, Mike?
I trust that the initial 7 that Jeff wrote, these draft key messages for the executive summary are actually referenced in the executive summary, but we just tripled the list. And so I just would flag that editorial flag just to say if we should make sure that the other 18 that we just added, or however many we just added, are actually referenced in the executive summary, because it wouldn't be fair to have a key message that's not actually flagged in the executive summary.
That's a question I would have back for you then. Does everything need to be in the executive summary, or could it be, if you read this roadmap, you're going to find that this
There just needs to be a way that that there's continuity or connectivity.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And for me as an editor, like to have these, they become North Stars. So it's like, okay, this allows me to put myself in Ashley's shoes. Is everything I'm reading important to Ashley that's been reflected by these key messages? And then you can create those message ladders and connectivity. So there's no surprises. You can check for consistency around it. Is it offshore wind? Is it floating offshore wind? Is it offshore wind energy? Is it offshore wind energy development? Because now we know what's important to you, right? So it's like we can say, okay, now I need to be in so-and-so shoes. Read it. Okay. All right. So Jeff, I kind of want us to move into like, what are some of those key conversations that we haven't queued up? So this is the next question is, imagine Jeff is out and you all are out in the world during the public comment period on this roadmap. We all want you to stand behind it. You don't have to say, oh, this is the best thing ever, I agree with everything. No, that's not what we're asking. It's like, this was a product of a lot of conversation. What I care about is reflected in there. I don't agree with everything that's in there. I disagree with something that's in there. But what have we not talked about, or what needs to happen so that you can make those kinds of statements? Or, yeah, what do you need to feel like you can stand behind the roadmap document? Are there any conversations that have not happened? Because during the next couple months, we have work groups. We have the research work group, we have the community benefit work group, and we have the, what's that?
Siting.
And the siting work group. And we can hold another conversation if we need to in the interim. And then we could also schedule some stuff for spring. So this is not, we're moving away a little bit from the document and more kind of the content and the strategy to moving forward. So what haven't we talked about, or what's remaining that this group really needs to wrestle with?
Your grant piece.
All right, grant piece, I'll come to you in just a second. I'm going to hand it to Angela first.
So one comment I heard early on today was that the research plan was still under development and not fleshed out. There's no way I could get behind this and support this without much more robust discussion and content on the research plans and the needs and the timing and all that.
Thank you. Let's do that real quick. So, and we apologize that the timing just didn't work to bring that with here today to talk about more. But we have the research work group, and OPAC, we're anticipating something in January, yes? And then we're going to have a more complete update on that, but just can you respond with a little
Well,
bit?
I'm not sure it should even go to the public without that. I mean, you're looking at a December release, right?
Let me hand the microphone to Jeff.
December is when I'm asking for comments from you on this draft so that I can make the next draft.
Okay.
The plan is to have it ready for the public by February. It's a bit of an arbitrary date based on trying to get a final version of the roadmap to the legislature by the summertime. Yeah, the original plan was to have some first look at the work that the OPAC Science and Technical Advisory Committee has been doing on the research agenda question for today. That process has had its own separate schedule. Karina wasn't able to be here today. She has family things going on, just made it so she couldn't talk to it. I can talk a little bit to it later. And we have the conversation around building an Oregon-specific science collaborative participating in a regional science collaborative. And I have never really thought that this roadmap is going to create the end-all be-all research plan for the state, that it's really there to create the seed that then through these processes that would go on, we would be amending it and filling it and learning as we go. And so really, to me, the concept of a research agenda is itself a process. That we're not going to have the one list here. But what the OPAC work is doing is trying to get us a beginner of a list and some prioritization, a framework for that. But they also were working on volunteer time, et cetera, et cetera. California is also working on an environmental monitoring guide that they plan to put out early in the year. East Coast just put one out like a week ago in draft. So there are some various resources floating out there. I think it's a good question to what we exactly do need to say before we go public. I appreciate that. And I hear that that's been an interest from the very start.
Angela, did you want to respond to that?
Well, just an added nuance to this is the sequencing of that research and the research needs with ongoing development of any plans for offshore wind. I think that's a really critical point to how you marry that or how you describe that as a need moving forward.
So we're gonna say yes, the research conversation is one that we need to have before we feel good about moving forward, right? And anything related to that, I'm just gonna ask us to hold that till 2:30, where we can actually dig in much more detail. Because given that we've got some of these moving parts, what do we want the public review draft to look like? This idea of when that research needs to be complete and which phase between leasing or permitting or what have you is important. We've heard. So let's come back to that. Thank you for raising that. Yeah, Hans.
I may be missing something, but I talked to the chair of the STAC committee, which met the other day with OPAC to look at.
Hans, what's the STAC committee?
Statistical and Technical Advisory Committee.
Scientific and Technical Advisory Committee.
Yeah. And I guess they had a report, and I haven't seen any of that in these documents yet. And so I would like to see their comments in public.
So that's what I was just talking about through Karina, that she's leading that. Karina Nielsen, who's a member of our roundtable.
Yeah, she told me she can't make it here.
Right.
But she said she was going to provide you with it. I'm just wondering where those comments are.
I have not received anything yet. When I talked to Karina 3 days ago, she said January.
Okay.
But no, you're all okay because we've all been really interested in that information for a while. So I think, Jeff, it's fair to commit that as soon as we're able to connect with OPAC and get it ready, we'll get it to you. Yeah. Ramphis.
First, I just want to just share appreciation to Jeff and team on just getting all the inputs and making, incorporating our comments and feedback. I think Jeff, probably keep making the same comments until something is incorporated. And I hope everyone continues to make sure, whatever the final product here is, folks, back to, I think, Bobby's question is something that they are in line with, can, support and, talk about with other folks. And so that's a shared goal that I have with other folks here in this on this call. Some things that I think are missing that I think it would behoove us not to incorporate. I think it's one, we have to recognize the state of the economy and the state of our budget. A lot of things that we ask for cost money. A lot of the impacts right now that we've seen, the deflation or the cuts in federal agencies to do this kind of work, today looks really different than what this world looked like a year ago or 2 years ago. But I think it would behoove us not to talk about revenue strategy, or just talking about, what offshore wind development could look like. My dog's letting me know I gotta jump off here soon. So again, I don't know what that looks like. Maybe it's a paragraph, maybe it's two, but like if we're gonna say anything to the state legislature, like, hey, we should be proactive. Being proactive is going to cost money. So I think we just have to be realistic about that, and we should talk about revenue, who pays. Should it be the largest energy users in our region? Maybe that's a way. But, I don't know if we want to get into the weeds, but I think talking about revenue both from a state and a local perspective, I think really matters and is important. I hope also we take a moment to take a step back. Where are we in this moment? We talked a little bit about our clean energy transition, but we're kind of at a crossroads. Right now, the federal administration, BOEM, is talking about gas and oil lease explorations off the California coast. I don't know if that's the beginning, if that's the only place they'll be looking for gas and oil exploration. But I know in addition to the Oregon State Energy Strategy, like nuclear is part of potential energy that will be deployed. Probably not in Oregon, but throughout the West. So I think it's really important for a reader, like, why are we even exploring offshore wind? Why is it important? And I think it's also important to be like, contextually, hey, there are tough decisions. We don't explore it, we do explore it. There are impacts here, there are impacts there, but in the current moment that we are in, I think it's important to sort of give the context to the reader. We're currently in an administration that's exploring further oil and gas exploration, or state energy strategies, potentially looking and thinking about nuclear deployment outside the state of Oregon. We're not going to be in charge of that, but these are things that add to the context of the moment of why are we still doing this activity? Why, why is it worthwhile for us to think about responsible development? So we're going to offer that as potential considerations, and understand not everyone's going to agree to that, but I thought it was just worthwhile to say, hey, it's just the context in the moment that we're in that's different than we were a year ago. That's worth offering now, like just this context that we are at crossroads. There are potential paths that we could be approaching, but here are some things that are in the background, the context that's probably worthwhile for the reader, audience member to know. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Ramses. So just if I can reflect back, like with the kind of the state of the Oregon and federal budget, I thought you were going to head towards kind of needing to prioritize which recommendations get made, but it sounded like the conversation is more about the revenue strategy, where you would find the money to do the things that are recommended. Is that right?
I'm a flexible person. It could be both. My original comment was like, just being realistic here. Like, at the Capitol, anytime anyone this year, the feedback for anyone trying to propose new policies, don't propose something that costs money. Like, if it costs money, it's dead. We're talking about 5% budget cuts across the board from several agencies. I don't know about DLCD. I don't think there's a lot of fat in DLCD. That's my personal opinion. But like these are tough times, and I think maybe to your point, Bobby, maybe part of the revenue is like, hey, we need to prioritize because the budget's tight. That's another area. My point is, like, if we're making recommendations, we should probably say, in addition, maybe it is prioritization of what we work on, but also I have to say, legislators are going to tell you, hey, we can't really work on this because we're talking about budget cuts. So revenues is helpful. That was kind of my original point. Is like maybe we talk about, because we're in a energy crunch, maybe we ask heavy energy users to fund this, or maybe we ask prospective developers to fund this.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm flexible, Bobby. To your point, I think prioritization is another route to go as well.
Okay. And then the first part of what you were saying, I couldn't tell. Were you saying that there was things that you've offered for inclusion in the roadmap that have not yet been incorporated? Or was that just generally like, hey, I couldn't tell if that was a general comment, like, yeah, just keep asking for stuff, or if there's something in particular you had in mind.
No, I feel like no, I feel Jeff's been doing a great job on that. I think that was just my encouragement for folks to keep advocating.
Gotcha. So if anybody is feeling that way, just ask. Yeah, that's a great reminder. Other kinds of key conversations that we haven't had yet that we're like, oh, this is really important for me to feel good about the roadmap.
Yeah, and I said this to Jeff already, so forgive me, but I feel like we have to, I would feel like we have to have a section that explains how this ties to the Department of Energy strategy of the state of Oregon. And that, it builds on what Rampies is just saying, which is there has to be some context so people understand why are we having this conversation, because there's a lot of people who are, kind of in politics at the moment that ask, why are we still having this conversation? So we have to have some more context, I think. So I agree with Frankie's suggestion, but I think to bring it down to a very concrete thing, what is the Oregon energy policy saying? How does that relate to this? Because otherwise it's kind of like, so.
And Jeff, do you feel like, is there any additional advice you need from this group to make that linkage on the why and to the state strategy? Because you're kind of pointing to the state strategy for the why on the broader energy portfolio, yeah?
Yeah, and there are parts of the action section where I have echoed some of the recommendations that are in the energy strategy. But Anne, you're reminding me that there was our very first outline from a year ago. There was that, like, we need to make that connection to the energy strategy. And it kind of got filtered into, well, here's information out there, but maybe that goes in section 1 as its own, like, what does the energy strategy have to say about offshore wind? And what does the roadmap have to say about that?
Because it may be that the energy strategy is saying, maybe this isn't, the reason we may need to keep looking at this is for the very future, or like to explain it, like, and maybe it isn't what we're doing right now. And if there is a matter of prioritization and we have to be pragmatic, well, what are the real things we need to do now? If the overall goal is trying to move the dial on greenhouse gas emissions, anyway, like, what are the pieces that we need to do? I don't know, I'm just trying to, I feel like there's some, because we've been siloed into just looking only at how do we advance floating offshore wind energy, which is, that's our charge, but it still seems like understanding some of that larger context would be very important for the why, as to like, why is a legislator going to say, yeah, let's take 100,000 or 100 million and put it here rather than somewhere else.
I think you could put it in section 1 now that the strategy is close to done or out there, right? And it's not necessarily a resource that gets pointed to. It's like, no, these are the policy statements that are relevant to the roadmap.
Or even just the conversation between the two. Yep. An Oregon energy strategy came out and it did not propose offshore wind in its baseline. Why was that? And what does the roadmap hope to accomplish in light of that? Or what is its place when you consider it in the overall overarching Oregon strategy? That it's not ready for prime time yet, but are there things that agree between the two strategies that are clear state investments that can prepare for a future that might include offshore wind? And are there smart investments the state could make to keep this on the table as an option for when it's
ready, when it's time.
Yeah, if it's time.
We're talking about.
Well, it's like it's connected.
It's very connected.
Well, it's connected to that.
Okay. Okay, I'm so sorry. I know I'm doing a lot of talking, but I initially was responding what Rampies was saying, but it's building on what you also said, Anne. I feel like we're kind of vibing on this thing. I just wanted to say that it's hard to lead with, and I'm not saying Rampies is saying you were leading with making it solving revenue. I don't think that it's our job or that we can solve revenue. I think it is our job to be really explicit about the why it matters now in this moment of like difficult economic times, right? And so in California, and I was in Humboldt recently, and it's like they're framing it as low and no regret actions they can take now that make sense in whatever future holds, you know? And what are the actions we can take? Because there's a lot of like questions we can be answering and data we can be collecting and things that we could be doing that are beneficial for any future for our coast. There is like, you know, same thing with transmission. I don't think there's a future where we don't need transmission upgrades on the South Coast, right? So I think that like the legislature is going to be more motivated to solve the revenue challenges if they see it as a problem that has to be solved. So I feel like it's kind of our job to try to provide the framing that's very compelling about like, here's why it matters. Here are the like low, no regrets, co-benefit, like you get these side benefits that aren't offshore wind related even necessarily. I think that's kind of also helps you prioritize, right? So I think that's kind of my thinking around it. Is our job to try to suss out how to highlight what are the things we could be doing in the near term that are worth some investment, that are beneficial now for whatever the future holds, right? That's kind of like, that's the work that everyone's kind of doing right now. But like that was my thought. I'm not saying we shouldn't have like a high level talking point about revenue is going to matter, but they're not going to seek revenue solutions if they don't understand why it really, really matters and why it matters now. So that's, I think, the job. But
I guess on that note, and then I have something else that's like a little bit cute other direction, but yeah, I don't know. I've been talking with legislators during this time. Echo everything else that's been said by folks previously, but I think one of the biggest things I hear too is what can be solved. What are the solutions that could be put forward? Not just talk about like the revenue itself, but like what is the bigger picture that we're looking towards for the future? And so, yeah, I think earlier in the group, that's why I bring up like terms like the Oregon way, because we often hear that as, being like a way of like, okay, well, this is how, we Oregonians depict ourselves. And so anyway, so I think like in the future, we do want to get like a little bit more buzzy terms and slogans and things. Like my brain starts going into like some like narrative exercises of like, okay, what is the picture that we want to paint through the words that we want to use? Like, what are the feelings that we want to convey to getting, those next steps to move forward? Because I think like a lot of the things that folks have been coming up today, I really love the details within that, but a lot of times those details get a little murked up. So, anyway, that's where my brain starts to go, what are the buzzwords to like capture that 3-line sentence? How can that be summed up into like some sort of feeling or convention to really move that forward? And anyway, so that's like something like may encourage for like a future conversation if we're like really stuck on certain things to like, how do we make certain things into that headline, into that point that like a legislator is going to care about? Like I think one example that we were talking about today, it's just like, for instance, like, been changing up, instead of talking about climate change, we talk about climate resiliency, because, that resiliency factor, people have been really responding to that more versus like, when we get into the details on the science. So anyway, so that's like one thing I would love to carry on in future spaces as needed is, how do we summarize and we think about that summary section, how can we, incite those feelings within the reader themselves. So, but still like leading to the points that everybody's been talking and generating on. I think for the summary, it's like, how do you get somebody to go from that like one sentence with a buzzword or two to then like, oh, well, yeah, I want to read more about energy resiliency or climate, Anyway, I've been using the word resiliency too much lately. But how do we get people to like turn to that chapter to read the details? So that's something that I encourage. And also something that was brought up at the last meeting that I've done a little bit of work on and would love to create some space on in future meetings is, we talked about like the definition of what is environmental justice in this context. And not gonna lie, before the last deadline, just sent Jeff definitions. And then I know on Friday, you're like, those definitions are great, but like, what are the actions that we do from that? So anyway, and I've been thinking that there are a lot of actions that have already been said that like allude to that concept in those definitions, but we haven't really, put more of a be like, make that connection a bit more. So I don't know, I think I kind of put for myself and would love to, circle around in future spaces is, how do we make those connections to climate, environmental justice, and the concept of a just transition all within that, but put some actual actions, outside of just defining the terms. So, yeah.
And just a pitch for environmental justice actions, like the definitions are in the glossary.
Yeah.
And so as you're doing a review through the entire paper for December 9th, that's a great opportunity to take a look at those definitions, look through all of the strategies and actions in Section 8 in particular, but throughout, and kind of apply that equity lens and say, okay, what's missing? What else needs to be in there? And then that gives us an opportunity to give it out to the broader public, and then we can have a conversation about it in spring too.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So in terms of, I'm just cross-referencing with our team, the key conversations I'm hearing are research, something around revenue strategy and or prioritization given kind of, and we saw this in the comments too of just doing the reality check on what's in the roadmap, like kind of the practical lens of like what is doable, what is requirable, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And then I'll let you go back to that one in a second. A section that really gets the why and the connection to the state strategy, and then looking at kind of a skim through around actions around environmental justice.
Okay. Thinking about timing, if we're trying to put a draft out for the public in February, of those, I feel like the research piece is the one that would be most critical. It's just my feeling of if we're going to put that out to the public. The connection to the energy strategy and that piece is one of those where I feel like could be done in the drafting to where, and if you have comments to provide, that's really just a writing task for me more than a discussion that the Roundtable needs to have before the public sees it. For the energy just transition, equity, environmental justice, I think that's similarly one where it would be really helpful if there are specific comments that help us for the public draft. And then if after the public draft and based on the comments received, there could be more discussion and editing there that comes from it. And then I can't remember the last one. Oh, the revenue strategy and the prioritization. I could also see that being a good spring conversation as we're, gone through the public review. It's going to be changed as a result of that. It is a final opportunity to say, okay, do we have a really tight message for what our priorities are that we're communicating to legislators right before we're ready to get this to them? And we have those meetings in April, May, and June on the books.
How's that feel to folks? Yeah? Yeah, so it's just to show what happened. We asked, what did you need? You all told us what you need, and you saw Jeff processing it into a work plan and timeline, right? That all starts with you telling us what you need, right? So if we don't get that expression back, it's hard for us to program that out for the next few months. So please don't be shy about continuing to do that.
One thing for me that's really come up that seems to be a reasonable consensus amongst the group here that's come up on more than once in today's discussion is that the fact that transmission upgrades is something that makes sense. And it makes sense no matter what. So I'm trying to think in our existing document structure, where does that fit? because that's, transmission upgrades is a good idea. I can see that scale of conclusion that our group came up with, or finding that our group came up with, would mesh nicely with an energy strategy, and it would be good to cross-talk with that. But how we would present that finding, or where we'd make that discovery, or where it would fit in the document, that's going to make sense no matter where you put it. And so I'm beating this, what's a supply chain drum, and is a transmission upgrade a supply chain investment? So would that fit in section 2? Because if it's covered in section 2, of course it would follow to benefit all the other sections as well.
So section 1 of the document talks about the grid implications of offshore wind, but I could maybe do a little bit more work to make that connection under any future. Improving that regional strength is good. Section 5.2.2 is the strategy around preparing Oregon's energy system for offshore wind potential. 5221 is about supporting investments and planning for grid infrastructure, and it essentially points at the energy strategy. It says the energy strategy has a recommendation. We want a +1.
Yeah.
But it might be if the transmission upgrade is one of the North Stars,
yeah,
then it can be incorporated into all the different paths. And just like if we know that's important, we can look through all the sections just to make sure that's consistent throughout. Because it's not like a top level message at this moment. I don't think.
No, I don't think it is.
Yeah.
So elevating that as, yeah.
Would even benefit status quo.
Bill, can I steal the microphone from you real quick? Mike, thank you for that. I just want to make sure that we don't take that and like start doing stuff with it just on Mike. How do other folks feel about that idea of like, no, actually, we do need to be thinking about a transmission upgrades along the coast for north-south capacity and others for grid resilience? Or is it generally, yeah, but like, oh, sure, in concept that sounds good, but if we're talking like major lines or other things, that might not be it. I guess, how much more do you need, Jeff, beyond just the +1? And some transmission upgrades are going to be needed. Because we have talked about it, but we haven't really dug into it enough to get the yes buts.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if it's growing outside the scope of this, just to say, we're in our lane of futures that do or don't have offshore wind. We recognize the importance of this, and we recognize the energy strategy talks about it. We think it's a no-brainer under any of our potential futures, and we think it's worth investing in.
Yeah, and it might be simple enough where there's enough information out there that you could just point to whichever transmission studies and calls that are out there.
I think it's how we define the problem. Like, we need more resiliency and transmission on the coast, and offshore wind could help with that. Either way, it needs to happen.
Yeah, you leave it at that. That might be enough. Go ahead, Bill.
My thought was, I was wondering in terms of putting it as path 1, because that's no project, but that means that because of all the other things that has to happen, and there's a lot of stuff in path 1 that would carry through on subsequent paths.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of where my mind was going, is if it was something that was important to this group, you would actually put it in path 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right? Dean.
Yeah, I think the issue, at least as I understand it, is if you develop offshore wind at a higher level of capacity, then you're going to need some major utility lines running from the coast, inland, and down into California. But if you don't develop offshore wind, you might not need that infrastructure. If I got that wrong?
Well, I just remember from earlier in the meeting, there was the whatever Jeff's $60 million option was of, yeah, there are some upgrades that you could make that would improve resilience, that wouldn't be so much, that would increase the ability to absorb.
Yeah.
Take it away, Jeff.
Mixing messages a little bit.
Sorry.
The $60 million upgrade was if you did only 1 gigawatt of offshore wind only on the south coast. if you think back to the lunch and learn that Sea Grant hosted, it's online, where we talked with Travis from Pacific Northwest National Labs. I asked him, what's the no-brainer question? He said, you need to connect Brookings and Crescent City.
Okay.
Actually, this,
Oh,
I'm
hold
sorry. This is,
Wait, Jeff, did you finish?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't want to put words in his mouth because he probably said it much more how he would say it.
this is reminding me, this actually is probably something that should be added into the roadmap, which is, I think SHATS. And you might have, I skimmed it last night, so maybe you do mention this, but there is a scenario in which, I'm kind of a broken record on this when I'm working in California as well as here in Oregon, where if they bring on offshore wind to the north coast of California, they already have some transmission, like a transmission project in the works, but the details of it have not been fully ironed out. And there's a world in which that energy can connect to Oregon, whether or not we do offshore wind. So like in scenario one, there could still be this option of like offshore wind, and there's no world where partnering with our regional states on transmission and energy procurement isn't a good idea, right? Like no matter what, for resiliency, for a future where we have offshore wind, for a future where we're sharing offshore resources with California in either direction. So I think that might be, the potential, and you were talking about this earlier, like our governors need to be talking to each other. Absolutely, yes, you know what I mean, right? Especially because I think that like we could get completely overlooked in that transmission development if we're not putting ourselves into the conversation. So, so I do feel like that maybe that's just one extra layer to make sure we're covering that there is a scenario where there's regionalization just from Humboldt alone if we play our cards right. Just maybe another thing to add, sorry.
Well, and I think that's one of those things that for December 9th, like if you're feeling uncomfortable with that, or there's caveats, or you feel like that's a great idea and have specific ideas, like those would be great comments to get for December 9th to help flesh that out. Because Julie just gave us, in addition to thinking about, could that be in path one? It could also be a principle along the regional cooperation of, yes, we want to cooperate regionally on research, but maybe it's on
And it could
regional
be happening
markets.
in any one of the paths, right? It's
Sure.
Like, it's just it's information that probably should be acknowledged.
Yes. Okay. Great. So Jeff, I'm feeling like I want like a 5-10 minute break, and then have an update on research, and then go from there into, okay, we're getting ready to go out for public comment. How do we best work with you all as roundtable members doing that? Are there other things we want to be thinking of as we're getting ready for both tribal consultation and public comment? Okay. So give me an exact time, somebody?
2:30 on the dot.
2:30. Okay, let's get back here at 2:37, please.
Very specific number.
Well, you guys know what I do is I round up every time. But if I tell you 2:10, then you'll be back at 2:15.
Yeah, this look, we're actually starting at 12 with 2:40.
Jeff, you want to cue up your slides?
Yep.
Great. All right, Angela, this is the moment you've been waiting for. So for the next, we've got 3 more bits here. So the next bit is Jeff giving us a bit of an update on everything that he knows from OPAC and Karina on kind of where they are with the research agenda. So he's going to give us an update there. We can ask the kinds of questions we want, but knowing we're going to need to revisit that later. So he'll give us a little bit just so we can fill in whatever gaps we can. Then we're going to ask you a little bit about kind of checking in the plan for kind of February on. So that kind of that public comment period. And then we're going to check your energy and see if you can sit with us for another 30 minutes or so, because there are some particular comments that came in on this last draft that would be really good to bat around here as a full group. So we'll see if Jeff has energy left, if you have energy left, but it would be really good to hear some thoughts there. Does that sound good? Close this up? Okay. And then let me just check online. Michelle or Dean, how we sounded? Good?
Audio's good.
Great, thanks, Michelle. All right, Jeff, all yours.
All right, folks, let's talk about where we are with the research agenda and where we want to try to get on the research agenda question for the roadmap. First, a general update. As we've talked about for several months now, this question of the research agenda, we gave it some seed thoughts a year ago when we developed I called it the effects table, that really long table. Here are all the things that we think are unknown or that we're concerned or that we care about. I provided that table to Karina Nielsen on our roundtable. She is chair of the OPAC Science and Technical Advisory Committee, who was tasked by OPAC with supporting the roadmap effort by generating a first cut at a research agenda for Oregon. So that's been given to that group that Karina pulled together. She has brought in, on volunteer time, a number of scientists from universities, from elsewhere, to start grappling with the question of how far can we get right now with the time we have, et cetera, on developing that list. And Karina gave a presentation to OPAC at their October meeting just recently. It's on our DLCD YouTube channel, so if you want to hear it straight from her where they are, it's 15, 20 minutes of conversation. I debated showing that here, but with the curtains drawn, no guarantees. So it's there. I do have a couple of snapshots from her presentation that I'll show you here in just a moment. But as I mentioned earlier, Karina intended to be here today. And under her original schedule, there would be some early written material for us to have looked at. Her life has gone a direction where she had to be somewhere else with family this week. And that process with the group she's running is still ongoing. So what she told me the other day is to expect something in writing by January. That does put our schedule not where we'd hoped to be, where we could have had a chance to check that and say what's missing from what we put in there as our considerations. We're going to have to sync that up somewhere, somehow. And whether that is between January and the document going out for public review, or if we take the opportunity that really we have until summertime, and this research agenda is intended to be an appendix to the roadmap that is referenced in the roadmap, we still have some opportunity to shape what that ultimately looks like when it's provided to the legislature. So there is some flexibility there on how we manage that going forward. But as soon as Bobby mentioned earlier, as soon as we have a draft, I'm happy to share that around we can have a research agenda work group virtual call for some initial first impressions to give some feedback back to that group and kind of figure out where we want to go from here. So that's what's happening on that top part. The next one on the list, the state of California is doing a lot of stuff right now, all in concert as they're getting ready for actually getting ready to review offshore wind projects. And there are a few different moving parts. The first one, they are working on environmental monitoring guidance related to offshore wind. I'm still not 100% clear whether this is monitoring that would occur after turbines are in the water. I think it also includes that baseline information, the stuff you need to know before you put things in the water so you can do a before and after comparison. So they are actively grappling with this question that I think informs what we might put in our research agenda as well. I can't remember if it's January or March when they're planning to unveil that. They've offered me an early look at it, so I think that'll come here soon. But that's a piece that I am expecting we can incorporate into the work we're doing. Even if it's as simple as saying, this California environmental monitoring guidance, let's extend it past the state line and say, here's how Oregon would work with this. So while that's still brewing, a couple other things that California are working on right now is this West Coast Science Collaborative. This is something that we talked about in our research agenda work group, and I've mentioned it here before as well. California got some seed money from their legislature last year to start this up, to build a regional science entity that would help them to coordinate their research needs, bring multiple people to the table to talk about it. And in the conversations I've had with California staff, they do intend to include at least Oregon and Washington, and maybe also Hawaii, Alaska, British Columbia, I'm not sure, into that conversation. There's a December California Coastal Commission meeting coming up, I think it's on the 12th, where that's the first time that publicly there will be an unveiling of the proposed charter for this group, the structure, so that we will actually be able to engage with that. Right now, what the roadmap says for Oregon is we should participate in that. And there are different levels of participation that we could consider depending on what kind of resources we have. And then we also have this idea of maybe we need a state-specific research collaborative too that can engage with that regional collaborative so that we're making sure that California doesn't just give us one seat at the table, that we make sure that people around the Oregon table have a chance to be looking at the science together as we're learning things. So yeah, there are multiple ways that we're addressing that. One thing that is not on this list that occurred to me, actually, Anne, as I was thinking about some comments you made on draft one, you were asking multiple times, can we talk again about what the enforceable mechanism would be for adaptive management? How would the state have an ongoing role and what would be their hook? Turns out California has engaged some legal consultants and attorneys, and they are actually asking themselves that same question right now. And they're planning to put out a report, I think in January, of what they've discovered their hook is going to be on adaptive management. So I have a concept for the roadmap of how I think we could do it, which is using federal consistency, where we can make conditions on a concurrence decision to say yes if. And if that if describes an adaptive management framework that says, here are the if-then statements of here's what you have to look for. And if you find something, here's what you're going to do about it. And you have to agree now before we say yes to a permit that this is going to happen. And then we can put that into a contractual mechanism between us and the developer or the federal agency so that we have an enforcement ability through contract law that would exist after our federal consistency role is over. And through that, we would be looking for an ongoing coordination and information sharing role so that we're at the table to learn what's being learned and can be participating in that. So that's been my concept of how we would do it here. I'm really curious if California has different ideas about maybe things I haven't thought about yet. Or, you know, if the idea that I have, they've disregarded for some reason, I'd be really interested to hear that. So that's going to be something that we have time to incorporate, I hope, before the public draft, that whatever we learn. The last thing that I want to highlight is we have the West Coast Ocean Alliance that is California, Washington, Oregon, and I can't remember if Hawaii's in there. I just can't. I think it's just the 3 states. We meet every month. And just last week, in our monthly meeting around ocean energy development, Lila Issei, who used to be with NOAA NIMS and is now working with West Coast Ocean Alliance, keeps a running list of things that are going on. It turns out NOAA NIMS on the East Coast has just put out a draft recommended environmental monitoring standard for offshore wind. Now, that's not floating wind, but it goes through what are the species of concern and what are the methods by which we would measure for change, both before and after. And they include things like upwelling, and they include socioeconomic development. So there is yet another potential input for us as we're looking at our own research agenda, realizing we're not the only ones creating this. So that's kind of the big picture, that there's a lot of thought going into this question right now. What you see here on the screen are some snapshots from the presentation that Karina and several of her colleagues in the ocean, or in the OPAC stack, gave at OPAC a couple weeks ago. And again, that's on our YouTube channel. What she put forward in this presentation was to, first they went area by area with their subject matter experts, talking about where they feel more certain or less certain that there's a body of evidence around the world that could be relevant to Oregon on a specific topic, be that electromagnetic frequencies or effects to fish attraction to devices, et cetera, or upwelling or what have you, to kind of gauge where we are, identify, are there some specific research questions that might apply to Oregon, and then using this prioritization framework of impact versus effort. And they described, the quick wins are those things that are easy to do and have a big effect on our decision-making ability. If it's low effort and low impact, it's just fill in data. Here are some things that would help us make a site-specific decision. High effort, low impact are the thankless tasks, the things that are just, it's not going to make much of a difference and it takes a lot of work to do it. And then the high impact, high effort would be those major research projects to answer an important question. So they're trying to take this framework, apply it to the questions that they have come up with as what are the relevant research questions for Oregon. And then they had a matrix of colored dots where they put each one that's in that presentation that you can look at. But in a table form, they categorized in broad categories where they saw the knowledge gap needs. And then it's kind of covered by the Zoom recording from that YouTube that I snapshotted from. But they scored the effort and the impact. You can kind of see there. And so for them, those lowest effort, highest impact, or the ones that they felt were the most important, related to tribal consultation, how can state agency consultation and communication practices and protocols with tribal governments be improved, and then where do people get information about floating offshore wind, or some like socioeconomic questions and like social policy questions. I think this table is really just related to the social research side. There is work that they're doing as well on physical biological research. But again, I would encourage you to go look at that presentation, that when we see something written from them, we're likely to see something like this, where they've prioritized what they think the important research questions are from that effort impact. And then it would be up to us to look at that and say, well, there are some things that we in this group have identified as important that we don't see reflected here, and we want to make sure those get on this list that goes in our appendix.
Can I speak to that?
Of course.
It's not surprising that an organization of scientists that are in the Technical and Scientific Advisory Committee to the Ocean Policy Advisory Committee are a bunch of marine scientists that think about fisheries and come up with a research agenda that is in large measure dominated by effects of type things and monitoring things in the ocean. Right now, I just looked at our glossary, and there are 6 types of benefit agreements identified in our glossary. There's a whole team of people doing research on community benefit agreements right now. I wouldn't expect a group of ocean scientists that are advising an ocean policy group to be too terribly interested in community benefit agreements. I think they would be more likely to be interested in impacts to fisheries agreements, coastal upwelling processes, that kind of marine biology stuff and marine ecology stuff.
We don't know that.
We don't know, but the example list shown here is pretty good evidence of that. So when we're talking about a research agenda for offshore wind, we certainly need to address that. But I think we should be very clearly aware that that shouldn't be constrained to that. And that there's a whole realm of research that would be very valuable to inform policy development that is probably outside the purview of this committee that has focused good work on developing a research agenda.
So Jeff, can you talk about like, okay, OPAC does this, then what do we?
I mean, there's probably
do with
energy
it to
policy
get it into
advisors
the
advisors out there.
Sure.
Yep. I fully expect that this group is going to have some ideas that are beyond what the STAC group is working on right now. And if you look at the roadmap draft that exists today, we talk about the need for community needs assessments, the things related to the energy side of it.
Transmission research.
Yeah, resiliency value, transmission research, even just the offshore wind, development research. We talk about, well, I don't know if we talk about the need for visual impact studies specifically, but I know that Dean provided some of that information to Karina's group as well. And so really what I see our task as being is looking for those holes where we've said we need some information to identify community needs that could support community agreements down the road or what have you, and say, these need to be on that list too. And then we may adjust the prioritization for the purposes of our roadmap differently from what this group is recommending, and that's okay.
But the STAC is the Science and Technical Advisory Committee for ocean-related policies.
They are, but they are also interested in looking at both the physical biological of the ocean as well as the socioeconomic impact to coastal communities. And so I don't want to presuppose what's going to be there.
Right.
Karina is very serious about the social science impacts, and there's a number of social scientists from OSU involved.
Yeah.
She spoke to this when she came down to a science. I think there's actually going to be quite a bit of social science component to this because Karina's. I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I've had conversations with her, and I feel like if she was here, she would.
I know she's read book.
But I'm just saying that there's actual real scientists engaged in the social science stuff. That's a real technical term. But anyway.
Right.
But there's energy policy research that a group of ocean scientists, people might not necessarily.
I think the point you're making, Jeff, is like, this is worth waiting for.
Oh, yeah.
And then we're going to need to make sure we have the time as the roundtable to play with it.
And Karina said that the first draft to OPAC is not the end all be all. And I asked her and she said, yes, do we get the opportunity to provide you input to refine what we're working on? So there is a conversation that will be happening there between our process and that process.
Because they're not building this thing for us, they're building it for OPAC, right?
They are building it for OPAC to support the offshore wind roadmap. So it's straddling lines. So that's what I was able to provide for you all today. I'm sorry that it can't be more, and I'm sorry that it is yet again a stay tuned type of thing. But we still want to have that conversation in this group about what is important to retain in that research agenda. But I also do want to emphasize that even if we put something in an appendix today, in the idea that this is a living process and a living document, that would really just be where a research collaborative starts, and that could be refined over time. Even Karina has said, look, this was made by volunteers with the time they had. Step number one is to finish this thing and to expand it out. And so recognizing that's going to be where it is, that there is work ahead no matter what.
So are there any questions or feedback from the roundtable right now on this that you feel like you need or could be helpful for Karina and the stack?
I'm not sure. I think that if people start keeping in your pocket those specific research needs that could be addressed through scientific work, just so that you're ready when you see a list of what you're looking for and what might be a hole, I think that's really the good thing to do now.
Is that fair? So just keep your whatever side notes that you have on this project, just kind of, you wake up in the morning and you think of a research question, just go ahead and write it down.
Yeah. And again, I want to give the example of Dean, who months ago was like, you know what, this visual piece, we're going to need some science to back it up if we get into the citing process. And I have some ideas on studies that we could do that would help us to answer this question. He wrote them down and he sent it to me.
Yeah.
So that's great stuff.
I saw it.
Hold
on, Julie. Sorry.
I'm just thankful to see the top two lines, the tribal consultation, the tribal sovereignty. So I'm thankful to see that they're included.
So looking at that last slide, it does feel fairly incomplete as far as, pelagic birds, things like marbled murrelets, whales, benthic environment, near shore development. We know there's a tremendous amount of cultural and archaeological resources along our coastlines that need to be considered for siting and transmission and all those sorts of things. So I know there's limited funding for this. There's always limited funding for this kind of research. It can be quite expensive. So prioritization and how we parse that out, I think, is going to be a good, we need to have some sight words around that or some guidelines or suggestions for what is the highest priority. I'm curious what a tribal-led relational sovereignty is. I don't even recognize those terms. So I'd be curious to see what that looked like.
Thank you. Again, I haven't seen what's under the hood on this. I would recommend, if you look at the presentation on YouTube, there was a parade of subject matter experts on different topic areas who did speak in greater detail about what we know about particular ecological effects and physical oceanography effects and kind of where they saw the soft spots. So I think that there is more here than what I'm showing.
Yeah, Jeff, this was you just capturing a screenshot. This isn't the full list of research questions by any means. There's a bunch of
It doesn't strike me as complete.
No. Yeah.
I had a question about the, if you could go back to the last slide about the effort score. Did they, I think you did a brief overview, but was just wondering what components go into effort.
I don't know. I'm going to guess time and money.
Yeah, it'd be great to understand like that a bit more. I am curious just out of my,
And Karina has talked about how when they realized that they couldn't come up with the master list for Oregon, they thought, maybe our effort is better spent coming up with a framework to allow this prioritization to happen as we develop this list with a larger group and all of that. And so I'm assuming there's going to be some metrics and rubrics in what they provide.
Yeah, I really appreciate anything that puts in is the juice worth the squeeze kind of information.
Yeah.
Okay. Jeff, did you have more on this one?
The last thing that I wanted to show you, this is another snapshot. This is from that.
It's super blurry, so that's all.
Yeah, it's from the East Coast set of standards that I told you about, that I learned about last week. And this is how it looked in their PDF, which is why it looks so rough now. But anybody who wants to have the link to it, to the draft, I'm happy to share it with you, where they were looking at, they described them as impact producing factors. And they had it, noise, hydrodynamics, cumulative effects on movement and behavior of species, vessel strike and entanglement, artificial reef effects, electromagnetic fields, and then presence of structure, traffic, and port utilization are all along the left-hand side. And then along the top, they were saying, what is the response group? In other words, who would be affected by this kind of impact? And it was the physical oceanography itself, phyto and zooplankton, ichthyoplankton, protected mammals, sea turtles, protected fish, fisheries species, benthic habitat, and then socioeconomics over on the side as well. And this was a broad level, and then it goes into even deeper detail in the report, going for each one of these. What are our measures that we care about? How do we think we can measure it? So I think it's a really good example to follow for Oregon.
And Jeff, is this one is available already? Yes.
It was on a Google Drive that was shared with me. I don't know where its public link is, but I'll figure it out.
If you figure it out, because one of the questions in the back was like, well, where is this or that? This is also just a snapshot of something that's much bigger. Yeah. This is not the whole list. Both the last few slides are snapshots, just to give you a sense of the content.
Yeah.
So Jeff, I have a question for you. What we've been on this journey, some of us longer than others, where we've taken a big picture look. We've kind of come up with a whole list of concerns. We've brainstormed about solutions. We've done all this stuff, and then we're trying to winnow down a report that kind of simplifies it into a pathway. And so, I've seen some things that I care about sort of get winnowed down to going from the specific to being general, and realizing okay, well, that's because you're getting general now. But then we're having conversations like this where we're talking about, let's throw in all the specifics again. And so I'm just kind of confused about are we trying to go general and have all the specifics in the appendices, or I'm just kind of trying to just put our heads around, because we can't solve everything in this roadmap. We're creating a framework, yet a lot of us who've been on this journey, different people have different specific concerns, ideas, solutions that are, going to get diluted in this process. So anyway, I just thought maybe it would be helpful for you to give certainly me some guidance on that as we're moving forward, and all of us.
Yeah, thank you. I think that the research agenda appendix specifically is still in the concept stage of how specific are we actually going to be able to get. I don't yet know. We could use the enforceable policy assessment as a comparison, where we started specific with that long table of all the effects, and we tried to make sure we weren't missing anything. And then what you see in the main document is just a summary table saying, here are the things that rose to the top, and it lumps some things together and says, we need to do a policy update to the territorial sea plan to deal with, or to be more specific about ecological effects, and that includes some species. But then if you go in the appendix, the legal size paper, that's where we try to retain that specificity so that it does still exist somewhere for the people who actually have to work with this down the road at the staff level. That when we get to the point of doing policy updates, that we remember why. And if I had to guess how the research agenda piece is shaping up, it's similar, where we're starting with, here were all these effects that we hope inform the research work that STAC is doing right now, because we gave it to them. And in the main document itself, we're talking more about process and framework. How do we want to deal with this? we want to take the starter research agenda in this roadmap and continue filling it out. Where? Within an Oregon Science Collaborative that can work with this research agenda document, refine it, continue to be seeing what we're learning around the world and how that affects our agenda, and then participating regionally to see, can we have opportunities with our neighbors to answer some of these questions? And then talking about adaptive management as one of the tools that we have, so that the roadmap main document itself is more about the implementation, the process, and yeah, those specifics are going in the appendices.
And is it fair though, Jeff? I think at the last meeting, this group basically said, don't lose the detail, even if it gets lost out of the main document. Keep it somewhere, right? So, and in the current bit, is it fair to say it hasn't been your intention to lose any of the details, either in the appendix or in the main document at the moment? If there's detail that's been winnowed down, that's an accident?
I would say yes, yeah. And if you find that there's a detail that has been lost, please give me a comment.
Because I think the working assumption is, if you all worked hard enough to develop a detail, we don't want the next group to have to redo that detail. So it either is, and the appendix is not the only place it can live. It could live in a companion document or something else, but not to lose it. Yeah, okay.
Please keep in mind that effects of studies are reactionary research, and they're predicated on a decision that's already been made. And that decision would be, we're going to put these things out here. So then there's an entire research agenda associated with the effects of doing that. But none of that is necessary if nothing is put out there. But there is an entire research agenda that should be associated with each one of these development scenarios, and it would be a different research agenda because you could develop a research agenda associated with supply chain development. You could develop a research agenda associated with status quo. But what we have right now, if the giant corpus of our research agenda is effects of, then it's giving deference, disproportionate deference, important, essential deference, but we've only fleshed out one portion of a research agenda and we've lost balance.
Do you know if OPAC is keeping in mind that this group is coming up with 4 alternative futures, and so it'd be really helpful to have their research kind of organized by those?
I don't know for sure, but I would guess not. What I would offer though, Mike, is that, for example, in the we'll call it the supply chain, but the economic engagement or whatever you called it before, in that alternative future, the pathway for that and the actions related to it include things like, we need to have a supply chain opportunity assessment. We need to have a market opportunity assessment as well as a capacity in Oregon assessment. And I would argue that those are essential research to support that. They're not included in a research agenda appendix. They're actually actions related to that piece. And that there are some other examples, like for communities, there's a community needs assessment to say, if we're going to have offshore wind, shoreside development, and a workforce, then what do communities need in order to be able to support that growth?
One of the things, I don't know if this would be an easy piece of feedback to give to Karina and OPAC, though. The group has talked a lot today about the no or low regrets types of actions. So it's the idea of getting baseline ecological information. That's going to be good for all sorts of things, regardless of the future. Or the community needs assessments, that's going to be important for helping economic development agencies or things. Or looking at some of the better ways to improve tribal consultation and engagement is going to be helpful for any type of government-to-government process. So anyway, that might be an easy piece just to make sure that they're remembering to think about.
Yeah. Got lots of thumbs up now. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and your comments really are resonating with me, that we have baseline data needs that we should be working on now regardless of the future of wind or any other, we just need to have this information. However, our capacity to accomplish that work is diminishing. We're seeing our federal agencies getting budget cuts and losing staff. At the state level, we're now going through budget cuts and potentially losing staff. So how do we get this done? How do we pay for this? Is there recommendations in this roadmap that say, well, if we don't have these key data points or this set of information, we can't move forward? I mean, to me, that's an off-ramp. We talked about off-ramps early on. And so I think there's some work that needs to go into that, because from my perspective, if we don't have certain baselines, we really shouldn't. We ethically and morally can't move forward with this if we don't have a certain understanding of potential impacts and what some of our populations of sensitive species are doing right now. And clearly we don't have enough information. I mean, we struggle to get $40,000 to do marble murrelet surveys on our lands every year. And so there's some basic needs there. And who pays for that? And is that part of the responsibility of the developers? Is that on the state? Is that on our partners? I mean, I don't know, do we recoup some of that cost through how we market this energy that's produced off our shore? And a lot of questions around that for me. So it just keeps getting a little bigger, but it's so critically important.
And Angela, I heard, tying back to what Ramfis was suggesting as an important conversation around revenue, like how does this get paid for? What might a priority be? And it's just, I heard Julia saying something similar in terms of a framing of like the why this is important. So to the legislature, you make the case of the why. All right, so it's really important for a whole host of other reasons, for just better managing our ecosystems and resources. And if we really care about clean energy and the opportunities around clean energy, this stuff is critical and has to happen regardless. So you can frame it and talk about it in the same way, but the answer is the same, right? We need the information.
Yeah, and I think including and recognizing these baseline studies in a plan like this can help support people getting grants and getting support for that research work through their agencies, or getting a grad student or whatever their mechanism is. I think there's value there in capturing the needs in a document like this.
Yeah, totally. And Jeff, that's what you had mentioned that Dean did with the visual impacts. Like, hey, there's some research questions about visual impacts can be important. Here's how you would go about doing the studies. So similar for like marble murrelets, or if there are other resources like, hey, here's some ongoing work that's already happening, continuing that baseline work, or if there's not being baseline data connected on current upwelling or what have you, but that's really important. This is how you would do it. I mean, that's totally something we can have a conversation as a roundtable about for that agenda, right, Jeff?
I think so,
yeah. Okay. Anything else on the research side?
Not that I can think of. We'll wait until we have something in writing.
Yep.
Maybe we should at least do some polling for planning for some kind of conversation in January or February to process what we're seeing, looking for gaps, whether it's a virtual working group conversation or something. It's something for us to think about.
Do you want us to think about it, or do you want me to ask these guys? So January, February, like a research working group. And again, those working groups are open to anybody. So how do folks feel if we just kind of anticipated we're going to want in late January, early February, a research working group that we'd notice to the entire roundtable so anybody could join? Is that something we should be thinking about on our work program? Okay.
I guess I had a super quick. I think that totally makes sense. And I also just wanted to highlight or emphasize that I feel like what's
starting to kind of rise to the top of my brain as we have this conversation is that it gets clearer and clearer to me the need to prioritize like a science collaborative for Oregon, because I don't think it's feasible that we as a roundtable or even the all volunteer stack or whatever is going to like land this plane, right? It's like we're creating the starting point, but it's like I think to really answer some of these questions, like the state needs to stand something up like that, and it needs to be allowed to seek private funding, which I think, you know, all these comments just seem to be eking in that direction for me, because I just want people to maybe take a deep breath and realize that we probably aren't answering all these questions, but wait, could we prioritize one big ask for the state legislature that like could keep it going? Anyway, that's kind of what's percolating in my brain.
Yeah, I think of us as more the managers. How would we manage the fact that Oregon has a research agenda that we need to finalize and start working through?
And it'll probably be springtime, once all the comments back, like some of these key things is like, okay, we want an Oregon research collaborative. What would that actually look like and mean?
Including like tribal integration, non-traditional ways, you know,
Totally.
non-Western ways of
All we need for the roadmap are 2 sentences, but for the follow-on, we need more than that. Right?
And if you look in section, it used to be 5.3, managing uncertainty and risk, there is an action in there about establishing an Oregon research collaborative. There's an action in there about the research agenda. So please, if this is a topic that gets you excited, please look at that one and really think through if it's saying what it needs to say.
And let's make a note, Sophia, on that one. I'm just, there's a number of follow-ups from today for kind of reviewer guidance that I'm thinking we might give you in the next couple days. On this one, let's also just in comments, if folks want to flag some of those areas, like this is a good implementation conversation to have. Right? You don't need to say we need 5 paragraphs on that, but it's like, okay, let's talk about that more. Okay. All right. Speaking of public comment, should we go to that? You were gonna, I think, give us a slide kind of reminding us of like the key process steps, both through the public comment, travel consultation, timing, as well as kind of landing the ship for summer.
Yes. Just a moment.
And so what are the key questions you want people listening for as you're giving this update?
Oh, well, that was the slide before.
Okay.
So we are already thinking ahead to, this is going to be out for public review. We want to have some sort of public engagement information process that goes along with that. At base level, we're thinking having a couple or a few public meetings, virtual and in person, having some individual outreach with things like groups like the Pacific Fishery Management Council. We're also working on a conversation with the Association of Oregon Counties and the League of Oregon Cities to have that local government connection to the roadmap and talk directly to our elected officials in those communities, and having whatever else we need to have around that process. And so I guess what I'm looking for earlier on in this process, we talked about having a steering committee for community engagement work that the state does. Here is another opportunity where we're about to embark on a community engagement formal public process. I'm looking for your advice. What should we be thinking about? What are some opportunities that we have? What help could you provide as we are going to be actively out in public with this document?
So as folks have ideas, what's the best way that they can give you that advice? Just right here, right now.
Raise their hands.
Yeah, I mean, is it like, hey, here are the people we can tap on the shoulder and ask questions of?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what it was.
Scott, are you volunteering? You got a question?
I got a question or a suggestion.
Perfect.
Get right into it.
And then you made the mistake of raising your hand just as I was asking for volunteers. Though. So I'll circle back around to that. It's old auctioneer thing. I can't help myself.
So if you go back to the previous slide, I talked about a January, February public comment period. For the fishing industry, March would be better, to extend it into March. Crab season is really important, and guys are not gonna miss a crab trip to come to a meeting. So
Yeah.
it's really important to stretch that probably into March to get past the heart of the crab season.
Great point. This bullet is wrong. My intent at this point, I don't think January is going to happen by the time I get my DOJ review, responding to all of your comments, internal review. I'm thinking we would begin a 45-day as a starting point, public review in February. And whether that's the beginning, the middle, the end, I don't know. I do know that PFMC is meeting in the middle of March, and I do want to make sure that our public comment period is open when they meet. So I at least want to run through middle of March. But then I start running into we have a roundtable meeting in April, where I had thought I would have responded to all these public comments and made a new document, and that makes me scared.
It makes you realize you need to be able to sleep and like, you know.
Yeah, for like biological physical needs.
Well, and then it's backing up from June and July of making sure stuff is ready on a legislative cycle to start thinking through. So that's why we're thinking about how to back up, right? So June and July is when we start thinking about policy option packages and budgets for the next full session. That and attention spans, and we kept it here a long time, and at some point we need to wrap it up, but we don't want to create an unforced error either by rushing it.
Can I ask you, Jeff, I mean, so far, what have you found to be the good ways to get public comment? Because I think we do have a declining attention span. I mean, are public meetings where you get good thing? Or I'll just mention, I think it was State Parks. There was a really great like story map that took people through and then had a very specific questionnaire. I mean, is online stuff good? I mean, what are you finding is a way that you can feel like, oh, this is good public input that's efficient for you?
That's a great question. I don't know that I would be a good expert on that topic. You know, we've struggled to get people to participate in our focus groups that we do direct outreach. So that would support the idea that the energy around this topic is not very high right now. When we did the public meetings on the coast this past spring for the roadmap, our largest turnout was here, if I remember right. And it was, I can't remember if we had like 60-ish people show up. A year ago, when Baum was proposing to do the leasing, we did multiple public meetings, and Brookings, we had, I think, 75 people show up. And they showed up because they wanted to talk. And so we took notes live in the meeting that we accepted as public comments. So I do think that as we hold public comments, making sure that people know that that can be a place where they can make a comment that matters is maybe a way to get people involved. I think a virtual public meeting is just where we are in this day and age, that we want to make sure we have one of those two and the opportunity there. But I am open to suggestion on ways to make sure people know that this roadmap is out there, that they have the opportunity. Someone from OPB has been in touch with me about when is the right time to be talking about this again. And so I'm hoping and expecting that in February there might be an article that goes along with this to raise the public awareness that it's out there. Beyond that.
And
for me, it's hopeful that you guys are so open. It's a hopeful gesture that I see from y'all on your part, that you're reaching out to all of us in multiple ways. And like the suggestion of like you just said, of you're gonna have an article, and in the article you could put a link so that people could do their survey, you know, five question survey or 5-point survey or whatever, so that it gives them multiple ways of giving their input. It welcomes input from everybody. It's not just the experts that are in the room that are deciding for the state of Oregon what's going to happen to the state of Oregon. So I appreciate that, whether you put it in the newspaper, whether you put it on Facebook, whether you put it on TV, whether, however which way you put it out there so that you're letting the Oregonians of this state know that their word does matter and that they can put their words into a system that might have effect. I appreciate it.
Julie, you're reminding me, I forgot to mention that when we had our public meetings this spring and then our virtual public meeting, we did create a survey. It still exists out there today, where we asked a half a dozen questions, and they included things like, if you were the leader of Oregon, what's one policy you would like to see to address offshore wind? I think we've had about 50 responses to that so far.
But because so much is going on, you gotta do it again and again. Like
Sure,
every, like quarterly or twice a year or whatever.
Yeah, but I guess there's no reason why we couldn't keep that survey around as one way that people could be making their mark on this document rather than doing what we're all doing, which is line by line comments.
Well, then you get a nice pre-post, huh? So, and I think as we think about this, it's half of it is really crowdsourcing the really good information. The other half of it is really making sure folks feel like they have the opportunity to be heard. So it is both of those. It is both of those things. And so I see Ashley and here, and then Sophia. I might circle back around to you, because like most of your job is community engagement around topics with communities all over the state. And so if you can think of like, how are people showing up in good ways, particularly on a topic that isn't immediately affecting their family life right now, right? So like programs that your kids experience in school, like that's immediate. People show up for that. I think if you've had conversations around wildfire or other things that may not be as immediate. I'll circle back around.
Okay, I'm like, where to begin? This is my table of expertise within community engagement. I think first, just to address like on the screen here, we have the like what key questions should DLCD and others be asking. And I brought up House Bill 4080 just to remind myself of the text, because I think like the questions, I mean, ultimately the purpose of the document is to meet those goals. So, maybe the questions can be framed about like, does this document support effective stakeholder engagement, or does this support local and regional coastal communities? Like, I don't know if there's just kind of spitballing right now, just like, is there a way to literally, and I think I've seen this, I don't know where, but I've seen it somewhere else, but just, I think this is also kind of attached to like the summary part, the executive summary. Are we making statements and questions that really circle around, what are the required things that this document must address? So I don't know, for me, that's like where I would start at. But I think to add in addition to when engaging with the coast, because, I think the coast in general has been characterized in many different ways, depending on the context, and just making sure, like, does this seem reflective of your community or your experience and your expertise, or, is there something that we're missing here? So then, like, if somebody does have like recreational fishing experience, or is a graduate of OIMB, Oregon Institute of Marine Biology here in Charleston, that they feel like, oh yeah, and that reflects like what I'm interested in. So, but in terms of engagement itself, for that North Bend meeting here, myself and my team put a lot of effort to get people to that meeting. So, and I'm thinking of just, it's a playbook that works well for us, and for doing that again. And one of the key things, I think what is important for public engagement is to really line out specifically, because there are a number of community members, and I know he left the room, but I'm just going to use him as an example. Mike Graybill will read the text and will read cover to cover, but there's a lot of community members that will approach me and say, okay, like what is the most important for me to address? What is the most important, like, is there, some huge gap that we need to focus on and so I know on my end, one thing I'll be doing is, because I will admit before today, I did not read everything cover to cover, but would love to hear, like, especially like from groups in this space, like, what are the gaps that we may see, or what are the things that, we really want to make sure we hear from community members. So that's like, addressed from individual entities or, among roadmap members within the group, and especially for, not just Coos, but Curry County too. How can we make sure to uplift like cross-regional priorities within that? So I feel like some of that can be like, possibly talked in some outside spaces around this, but I think one of the what's often a burden of public engagement is how do you translate this so that somebody who may not have like a PhD in marine biology can understand it. And I often play the role of like, okay, like I often, a side gig of mine is like hosting bingo and trivia in the community. And so when I go do that, if I'm going to go to bingo, how do I talk to my bingo participants that, they're just there to bingo. But like if we tell them a little bit about this, there might be like, oh yeah, I might take a read at that. And so I know on my end as a roadmap member, like I'm going to make a commitment to like making like a kind of like a breakdown guide of the document to pass out to community members. And like I will, and I'm, making that commitment to, do outreach efforts, including, unfortunately, this is happening in the time that we're like not out in the community, like at the farmers market or community festivals because, well, winter. But if there's opportunities to share this among community partners, network to everybody who's participated in those focus group sessions, I think that's a really great pool to lean into because they're outside of this meeting space right now, but they, DLCD has engaged and been like, hey, we want to hear your opinion. And then I think because y'all have done a good job like coming up with a diverse group of people to do that focus group engagement in a way like, if just asking folks, hey, if you can send this to at least 5 contacts within your networks or put it on a listserv mailer list, just the impact can grow from there. But there may be to get more specific community members engaged with this. I don't know what other groups in our roadmap system can also do some other elements of grassroots engagement. Like, for instance, we utilize, I have a texting app program where I can send 500 texts in 1 minute, which is really handy because I don't know who can possibly type that out. But trying to do, be like, hey, here's this thing going on. Do you want to engage on it? And if they say yes or no, then we have a follow-up system to engage with them. So anyway, just want to mention, like, I don't know if there's other folks within, especially for folks that may be in Curry County or especially North Coast communities that might not be directly in the room right now engaging on this. I don't know how large of a scope that we want to go, but thinking on the Coos lens of things, maybe like thinking about like, okay, are there questions around port development? I mean, that's, to be honest, for that North Bend session, I think where we got a lot of folks to show up was like, we need to hear about your views on port development for offshore wind, and definitely some of those folks confused that with the other proposal here. But anyway, just I can keep on chattering some more, but that's just kind of like a starting place for thinking about how do we make this accessible? How do we engage? Like, for instance, I'm already like thinking about some of the equity groups that may not be in the room right now that may want to have a review at this and network among their memberships. And I think, a phrase I like to think about when doing engagement is your networks are your net worth. So we're thinking about the net worth of this public comment cycle for the here that, you know, we may want to see how much of our networks we can reach this out to and make it accessible as much as possible.
Sure. Thank you, Ashley.
Yeah.
If Jeff needs more advice, can we tap on your shoulder?
Of course.
Nice, thank you.
As always.
Let's go to Dean, and then Sophia, if I can pick on you a little bit here. Oh, real short?
Yeah.
Hold on just a second, Dean.
Thank you, Dean. For public comment, I think it would be very important to let the public know that their voice means something and it's accountable and you will take it into consideration. Because when Boehm was brought their visual here, the community was very upset that their voice was not going to count and they weren't able to make a public comment for review or the Federal Register. So I think to get more input from the public, make sure that they're aware that their comments will be taken into consideration, and most likely they might find their comments in the process or in the roadmap.
Thank you, Carrie, for that. Yeah, I do think my plan is that one of the appendices will be a comment response summary from the public comment period. And if I get 5,000 comments, I'm gonna have a problem with this, but I do want to respond to each one. And if there are some groupings that are similar, sure. But like I want people to see themselves in that.
And Jeff, for people who haven't gotten a chance to meet you, like that's your main tool. But for you all who've had a chance to work with Jeff to see how he's incorporated, not just Jeff, but DLCD generally has incorporated those comments. It's helpful for you all to spread the word. All right, Dean, thank you for being patient. Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I suspect that because of the nature of this effort that we're making, that it's not very immediate, it's not very threatening. It's far off into the future, so I think it's going to be very hard to drum up much interest, frankly. But having said that, the coast, for me, it's much like Mount Hood or the Columbia Gorge or Crater Lake in that it kind of belongs to all Oregonians. All the meetings we've had so far have all been on the coast. We haven't attempted anything in the interior. And I'm just curious about this outreach effort. Is there going to be any effort to reach people from Portland to Eugene and Bend and so forth?
That's a great point, Dean. Right off the top of my head, for what we already have planned or expected, I think that if this does get out into media, be that OPB or other outlets that are interested when it's actually live, that is a way to reach out to a statewide audience. I am planning to do a virtual public meeting that would be open to all. I don't know that we would go in person on the road to all places in the interior, but at least having that virtual option there does give that opportunity. And if you have other ideas, happy to hear them.
What is the design principle of, the coast belongs to everybody?
Yeah.
Sophia and then Natalia.
Thank you, Bobby. And thank you for your question. And so that question is like what we do for community engagement, especially on those topics that people are not directly affected by that. We need to be extremely creative and meet people where they are, more or less. And at OKT, that is Oregon's Kitchen Table, that we are part of the family at the National Policy Consensus Center. What we do is we have different strategies, and one of those is meeting with community connectors. So people that are leaders in certain communities that we would like people to engage, like those communities that we would like to engage with. So we have interviews with them so they can know what is the topic about. So right now we have a project that is the MED project with the EQ about how to get rid of the unwanted medicine that you have at home and you don't want to. So that is not directly impacted to all the communities, but we would like to assess like statewide how people are getting rid of those, or if they know the program and how it works. So that is very challenging because people they haven't heard about that. So we reach out to community connectors that connect to the broader community, and they help us get in the people that we want at the table to talk to them and synthesize in a way that is super plain language and approachable. As Ashley was saying, like we need to make sure how we translate some of the content of that program so people can understand what they need to do. So we do that. And we also are super flexible and adaptable. So if we need to table in an event where we will meet people that we want to ask, we do that as well. So we don't especially kind of organize big community meetings or public meetings, but we go to places where we know that people will be there. So we just set a table and we have 1-2 questions and we approach the people in that way. So we introduce ourselves as a state program that we do community engagement, and we gather the input that way as well. So we need to be that, address that additional component of being creative, flexible, and adaptable as well. And what else do we do? We do virtual meetings, in-person meetings, like one-on-one meetings, in different languages as well, that we try to reach people that speak Spanish, Vietnamese, or Chinese, so we translate all the materials to that as well, like in a way that we can get those reactions about that as well. And we do surveys as well in different languages. And what else, Bobby? What else can I share?
I think the lesson I've learned most from Oregon Mixed Day, well, you only get 2 people there, but it's the right 2 people, that's great.
And we always have
that's
to,
okay.
Food is something that attracts people.
You travel with you have a popcorn machine. So
yes,
it's
exactly.
the kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like you point, Ashley, you meet people where they are. It's a community organizing type of approach.
Yeah.
You open up the spaces, and whoever shows was meant to be there.
Yep. And it is 2-3 people is worth in there. Yep.
Oh, yeah. And then I think after this, Jeff, I'm gonna check on whether we've got energy for those comments.
Yeah, I don't know if it would be time and resources for that, but I remember for energy strategy public comment, they also did kind of presentation in OMSI Portland, and they distributed flyers there and poster, just, summary, very short and plain language. And public can come to OMSI, so Oregon Museum of Science and Technology, and ask also questions. So they did like short presentation, what is about this energy strategy, main outcome, and people can also contribute as public comments. But I don't know if it's relevant here.
Yeah, and I think that's just our reality check, right? Is you could do a really big public and community engagement, but you want to be respectful of everyone's attention span and time and everything else. You want to ask, but you don't want to over ask. Okay. So Jeff, I think on the next step on this one, you'll get more information on kind of what the overall plan is with a chance to provide some input on that, I imagine. But are there other folks who would be willing to kind of be advisors if we needed to tap on your shoulder? Julia, thank you. And Bill? Yeah, okay. Phenomenal. All right. Okay.
Great. Yeah, thank you. Well, we've got an internal team at DLCD that's helping this project plan. And we'll be talking about what our strategy is going to be during that public comment period, probably in early December, as we come up with more than what I've said here today. There are some good ideas in here today as well.
She's not officially part of the roadmap, but I would maybe see if Michelle Correa is interested. Raising your hand, Michelle. Anyway, I think she might be a helpful advisor, is all I'm saying. You're asking for people that might be one.
That's good. Michelle, your name was used in vain, so you can you can feel free to speak for your own self here if you'd like us to be able to tap on your shoulder a little bit.
Yeah, for SCDC, our goal with offshore wind is to educate, so we can absolutely help too. Since Curdy's already handled, we can do Coos and Coastal Douglas and Coastal Lane.
Great. And when you talk about helping, is it really like getting the word out that there's an opportunity? Awesome. Okay, thank you.
Great. I do feel like this is going to be about finding the places where people are already convening and stopping by for a little bit. Yeah.
Michelle Baker, Toronto.
This location is good for this area.
Yeah. Okay.
I can't tell you how many different meetings I come to, whether it's for you guys or whether it's for somebody else, and there's always a good turnout.
At Cookwell in particular, or in Coos Bay?
Well, this location specifically, when I echo what Carrie said about Bones mishap over at the Coos Bay Library, it was like they had like, little teeny space, and they had like, all of us there on the outside of the space.
Yeah.
That we couldn't go in. I mean, there wasn't, even though it was a public meeting, their intent was not for us to sit there and talk like how you have all this room for all of us to be here. And, I mean, you got that. And then another spot is Swap. Is another location as far as like a lot of room. Several of us were over there last week at a different meeting.
Perfect.
So those two are big spaces, and we have a very humble community center. There are Confederate tribes on our private property, but it's like about 200 some odd people. So, and that's something that Megan Davenport, you could coordinate with her, and if that's a location that everybody could come to that would be another space. But it's not the same as this, which is between everywhere right off 101 and then Swap, which is another space. So there's three.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you.
For this area.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, every single meeting we've had that's been hosted by one of our tribes has been so easy for us logistically to work with. All right, Jeff, how are you feeling? You got 30 more minutes in you?
I think so.
Okay. So how about for you all? We got some comments in on this last bit. In the comment summary, if you're looking at a black and white copy, you can't tell, but there were some green highlights where some feedback from you on how to deal with those comments would be super helpful. So Jeff, take it away. What do you need from me? I assume you're just gonna summarize the comment. We'll open it up.
There are, I'm not sure if I'm sure. I will narrate this so you don't have to squint your eyes. But for those of us who are online, maybe this is helpful or so. There were a number that I pulled out where either I made a decision and I just wanted to check with the group if anybody wanted to like make an extra plea the other way, or if there was one where I just really wasn't sure what to do and so I wanted to or where someone asked for a clarification that I thought I could give to this group. So the first ones that I wanted to point out, there's a pair of them that related to how we deal with the alternatives that are in the document. And I think I alluded to both of these this morning, but there was a comment repeated often through the document every time it came up about the pilot project alternative, really questioning whether, is this viable? Is this feasible enough that it's worth keeping in this document? And might it be confusing to someone to think that, oh, this is really something that we could pick and the reason for that and that I gathered was, well, we heard from the developers that they're not really interested in the pilot project. And we know that California is already moving forward and in essence, it's our pilot project. Is there enough benefit here to keep it throughout? I left it in because I didn't feel right about it just disappearing, but I figured it was worth seeing if anybody wants to join on that train. I do think there's value in keeping some discussion of it to show that we thought about it. And we do point out when we talk about it that there are some reasons you might not choose it, like I just mentioned. But it is also true that it could happen. State of Maine did a research lease, and their intention is to have a research platform with 100 megawatts of 144 megawatts of turbines, and to try to use it to attract funding for the research that they want to do. And then I also had this idea that, if we heard from the developers that they're not interested in less than a gigawatt because of all the spin up it takes to even produce that, but if California is actively churning out platforms, it may be a lower barrier to have them tow some of them over our way. And so how seriously do we take that? Anything less than a gigawatt just can't happen. So for those reasons, I thought there's value in keeping it in, but floor is open if anyone wants to discuss this one beyond that.
Jeff, can you frame up the next one so we can talk about them as a package?
All right, next one.
Well, just because this morning we were talking about pass 1, 2, 3, and 4, potentially reorganizing the entire document around 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we kind of were headed down to, yes, we're going to keep a pilot, and we are also going to keep option or pass 1 and 2 up at that higher level.
Sure.
So frame up that second one, and then we'll open it up.
Okay. So the second one was about, if this is an offshore wind roadmap, then the main body of the document should only retain the path that includes offshore wind for Oregon. And we put the other paths into an appendix as alternative futures or alternative other potential paths at a lower level of detail and in an appendix. That was one where for this draft, I decided to keep them all at an equal footing. And I was relying on that comment that we got from Commissioner Coker about this idea of an atlas of futures, that really rethinking what this roadmap is to say we are open to the fact that this could go any which direction.
So the ask here, Jeff, is if someone wants to make a plea in a different direction.
Right. Yeah, I made a call for this draft, and rather than it just be another volley of comments behind the scenes.
Right.
If people want to
let's get it out now. And I will ask that we try and make those comments concise. It's like, yep, Jeff, that's great. Or, nope, Jeff, I want you to do something different, and what that something different would be.
Thank you. I would completely disagree that we need to remove pilot project from the roadmap.
Do you agree with the path, Jeff, to keep the pilot?
Yes.
Okay.
So several reasons. First of all, this is official DSL position even for an official letter to BOEM when they just announced those lease area, that we do need to learn and pilot project before going to big commercial one. This is in part 5 of the territorial sea that Oregon prefer with the pilot project. And the factor, so pilot project, it doesn't matter, yes, California doing, but this is a question if they will continue the Katima project in the state water. We need to learn from our own mistake or lessons and etc. And it could be different. Particularly if we want to create our own Oregon collaborative research, whatever.
Should we keep paths 1 and 2 up at the same level? So the no turbines, no economic participation. We go hard at economic participation, but not the turbines.
I would need to think about that one because I didn't read. And the last question, industry, I don't know, Jeff, they said we're not interested to invest, but I have different things participated last couple of years in the Atlantic network, and also lessons learned from Europe. And bank, they said, because it's floating offshore wind, it was never tested. It's a big risk to invest if we don't know what will be happening. So, and Virginia project, pilot project that I visited last year, this year actually, as well. So they said without pilot project, we would not learn what should be improved to go with the commercial one. And pilot project is learning about ocean interaction. It's learning how, even if it's difficult to install something, it's about safety of labor and worker that would go to the ocean. So it's just learning. You cannot go with the people. Huge risk.
Yeah. So Jeff agreed with you. So I just really want to focus on please in a different direction. Otherwise, Jeff's headed down this path.
Since I think I'm the main thorn in your side on this, Jeff, what I really liked is how you explained why a pilot project could be part of a roadmap. I have strong opinions of whether it would ever happen, but for the sake of this document, I fully support what you did.
Dean?
Yeah, thanks. So I had kind of a different idea about pilot project. I just wanted to throw it on the table. So I don't think I've brought this up before, but I don't know if people are familiar with Block Island, Maine. Block Island, Rhode Island. There's a very small, I think it's 3 or 5 turbines that are near the island. So it's just offshore from Rhode Island. And they service the island, but also service the mainland. And they allowed the island to eliminate I think it was an oil, kind of a very dirty diesel generator that they've been using for years. And so it's very popular locally because it solved a big electricity problem for the people on the island. It does have obviously some visual impact because it's much closer in. But my thought was, here all along we've been talking about offshore wind and we've been talking about floating offshore wind, and I thought, well, it's a different track that we haven't really thought about to locate a few clusters of small clusters of turbines near shore to mainly service local needs. And they don't have to be floating because they'd be close enough to shore where they could be mounted on the seabed. As a landscape architect, I recognize the problems of having them closer to shore, but if we're talking only a few, like at Block Island, the aesthetic effects actually aren't too bad. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there as an alternative to the way we've been thinking about pilot project is small localized projects. Thanks.
So what happens if Jeff writes in 5 fixed bottom turbines near shore and state waters, Scott? Oh, sorry, I'm just looking around at faces.
Well, yeah, we should put it in and that'll get some interest to come to the meetings. Guaranteed.
Fair enough.
Don't do that.
We did that company last year that proposed about a handful off Camp Rylea.
Yep.
In state waters.
Yeah.
But we didn't go very far down the road with that one. And we haven't heard back.
Well, aren't ecological impacts way, way higher near shore, habitat, wildlife, visual, the impact is worse?
I think we would have to look at that, but I couldn't say it here. Yeah. Although I said we took our sailboat from Newport to Portland this summer. We're hanging out in that spot waiting to cross the bar, and I saw a lot out back windows.
And this is biology. We do know that transition zones are very rich with biodiversity.
Yeah.
That's we got that.
Well, I think, Jeff, that's something I think for DLC to be thinking about, whether that's a conversation. Right? I think that's clearly from, and I see Susan's hand up, that might not be something to write into the roadmap without a conversation. But think on that one for a second. Susan?
Hey, thank you. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. But I regarding the pilot project section, I agree with leaving it in for the reasons Jeff stated, but also we don't well, this document is going to be is foundational, and we don't know what's going to happen into the future. We don't know what kind of new technologies may be developed. So the standard floating turbine that we see now may look a lot different, may have less of an environmental impact. So I think it's worth leaving in simply as, because we don't know what the future looks like. We don't know what the supply chains are going to look like. And even if companies say a pilot project is too small for them to be concerned about, maybe an educational institution would appreciate the chance to do a pilot project or something like that. So I think there are several reasons for keeping that part in.
Great, thanks, Susan. So I think, Jeff, and part of why this is really helpful is if we're going down the route of kind of the reorganization piece or making sure that we fleshed out all 4 of the paths, we've got to spend a lot of work fleshing out path 3. Like it's there, it's totally doable, but if you all said, no, don't do path 3, then Jeff wouldn't spend all that time fleshing out path 3.
Tell me how to do more.
No, just what you already expected you were
Okay,
going to do.
Thank you.
Angela, and then I'm going to have you move on to the next one, Jeff.
So is this language up here actually in the document right now?
No, this is in the comment summary that came with the meeting.
Well, okay, because that first sentence under your response to the comment on I would strike that. It just minimizes the rationale for keeping it in, if for no other reason than to document the train of thought. I think that's just, I would keep that.
Fair enough.
I don't know, I mean,
Yeah.
respectfully, if meaningful engagement, I would argue that meaningful engagement is a huge piece of both getting the public interested and getting support through the steps, whatever they may be. And so this is only a comment that'll appear somewhere, and honoring the conversations for the amount of time is an important piece, and it will be in an appendix 4 comments. Whoever reads them will have a context for, this isn't a main part of the document. These aren't the conclusions or the preferences that we've all as a collective produced. It's a response to people's comments.
And actually, Jenny, as you're talking, I'm thinking, my concept of the comment response summary that goes in the document would really only be for during the public comment period. The comments that I'm receiving from the roundtable are kind of part of our process in the meetings. So it really only exists in this one piece for this meeting,
which is fine.
unless I hear otherwise.
That's fine.
And Angela, I heard that this was more just a watch out not to minimize, like there was other good reasons for doing it. Yeah, that's it. But are you okay with us not going backwards to fix the comment summary that we've already released? Just going forward, watch out?
Yes.
Is that okay? Okay, thank you.
Are we ready to move on to the next?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. 3 more. Let's start with the top 2. I had this question. For path 1, so no participation in offshore wind, we don't have a diagram that goes with it. We have a description, we have, here are things that the state would need to focus on instead that relate to Oregon's energy strategy. We've talked about the transmission piece being important. I just wanted to do a check with the group. If that is an alternative that does not have a diagram to go with it, is that a significant hole in our roadmap?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think that's a big deal.
Does anybody think that there should be a diagram?
Well, could there be one, did you try to make one that shows, we had meaningful good information, we had coordination and information, and,
Took the exit route.
yeah, or something, or that this is a legitimate, I don't know.
Well, Jeff, I think you played with that, but it just felt like it worked better in a narrative form. So you could probably just say, hey, like conversations around meaningful, this decision was made intentionally, but the structure of the diagrams didn't work very well.
Yeah, I just didn't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, would it have been helpful if the student?
When the students were in Florence, was it Florence, where you had the students and there was that, I can't think of the word. Anyway, where they came up with a no path, because I really never thought of a no path for offshore winds. I was always trying to avoid, or how to make them, I don't know. They were going to be developed, right? So we're trying to figure out how we can either work with them or whatever. But those students came up with a really nice diagram of if there's no offshore winds, there will be a sustainable fishery. There will be no effects to this and tribes and all that. They made a path. You'll have to go back, maybe it was last year. They did a very good job, and I thought their diagrams were excellent. So maybe if you have a chance to look at that, it might be helpful to have that diagram.
I don't know if you want to follow up on that, but Teresa Spangler.
I think we have from that meeting.
We should have a photograph of it somewhere. I totally remember the path. I just don't remember what it looked like.
The student government thing that they very much appreciated being allowed to participate in.
Yeah, they were awesome.
Well, what I push on this one a little bit, like why do we need a diagram? If we can describe it in a couple pages, just so that it's parallel structure, or
I don't know if you want to show student engagement. I don't know what your like
well, I don't know.
overarching goal is. Community engagement, student engagement. It was a high school kid from Mapleton.
Oh, I totally remember. It was Teresa's grandson.
So I don't know if that's important or not in the whole picture of what you're doing.
We can cite to it. Like it's totally important. I don't want to diminish that. I'm just wondering about the diagram.
Yeah, because the diagrams as we have them now, it's like there's a gateway with a checkpoint, and there are, these objective areas around it, and a stream flowing into it. And when I tried to map that concept over, we're choosing not to do any participation in offshore wind, I just didn't know, how would I fit this together? What gate are we walking through to have no offshore wind? Like, yes, we need to meet our needs through other ways, but I just didn't see it. And so I wanted to check if someone else did see it and thought it was important, whether I should spend effort on
that. Jenny and then Natalia, but Jeff, I'm sensing from the crew here that if we can come up with something, that might be helpful. But if we can't, then we can't. Right? So okay. How important is this? Like if this doesn't come to us in the shower in the next couple of months, like it's like, oh, okay, I see how this could work. Is that okay? Yeah. Gary says take a long shower. Okay. That's fair.
So I felt like a missing piece for the no. Sounded more like a never, because we didn't have a cycle of revisiting, which may sound great if you don't want offshore wind. However, if you're looking for, we need more energy, we need to fix our grid, we have all these concerns, a never might look like not feasible. In the same way that a lot of the no action stuff that's required for our resource managers, our federal lands resource managers. So what I thought would be a good addition to this, words or picture, was a revisit cycle, whether it's every 5 years or every 6 or every 3 legislature, something where we've said no before. There are new developments. We are going to start the chain of events again to see if this is a good fit. So it isn't going to go away. It's not a picture.
Yeah, and Jeff, we got similar kinds of comments that some of these futures may lead into each other. So there may just be like a paragraph or something of like revisiting or something like that on each of the 4, rather than confusing the diagram with a feedback loop or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Natalia, did you want to jump in on this one?
Yeah. I think we need to have something, even just one page. I don't know how it's like full detailed diagram, but maybe some picture. If we say no, we say no in practice to build something. But it doesn't mean that students may want to have their research like dissertation, doctoral dissertation. So they continue to explore, so we need to give that space. And also if we say no, it doesn't mean that we will not follow and look in what other states are doing. So we might put, if we say no, we can follow and see, continue to engage with California, looking what they are doing, their example, their research on East Coast, European countries, other countries. So there is something that we continue to observe, even if we say no in practice to build something. We need to be aware of what is happening regionally, national, and internationally regarding the offshore wind. And again, it could be research in any university, kind of collaborative. It doesn't mean that, you need to cut their idea, imagination to do something for the future. Again, we don't know about technology might change and something might change.
And Jeff, even today, we talked about transmission or regional collaboration. So we've started to define some steps. Like that end bubble just may look different, but the objectives might be the same. Anyway,
yeah,
it's starting to see at least something that could be diagrammatic.
Yeah, I'm taking some.
Given that this is a lower priority, I kind of want to keep us going.
Yeah.
Cool.
Is that okay, Ann?
I'll make a note.
Okay, yeah. If you have something else you want to say on this, drop it on a Post-it and hand it to me.
All right, the next comment relates to the ordering. There are multiple areas in the document, the pathways diagrams being one of them, and then the section related to actions where we organize them around the objectives in House Bill 4080. Engagement, protecting local communities, protecting the environment, et cetera, et cetera. We, earlier on, were keeping them in the order that 4080 put them. But for the September draft, we switched around the order a little bit. And one of the comments was, well, shouldn't you just stick to the 4080 order? And we made the decision just from a flow perspective. And I was thinking too that if one of the main reasons for pursuing offshore wind relates to meeting our energy objectives, that putting that one up front as this is kind of the driver and then going from there to the others made some sense. We pulled engagement into its own principle in another place. And so we made the decision we made on the order, but I just wanted to check with folks as you are reading the document, were others bumped by the order that those objectives were presented, either in the pathway descriptions for each life cycle phase or in that action section where you have a preference one way or another?
Are you able to pull up a slide with one of the diagram phases? I don't know if anybody wants to chime in. Did you also want to ask about the exact verbiage in 4080 versus the shorthand that's in there now? Or?
One at a time.
Okay. So what do folks think about the order? So basically, I forget what the 4080, the first one was, but it wasn't clean energy. Right now, clean energy is the kind of the first objective. So as you go through every path, the path 1 of no turbines, no supply chain, all the way to path 4 of turbines, every one of those chapters would have the objective. So it would go, I forget what the order is, but clean energy, protect the environment, protect communities, enhance workforce, whatever the order is, but it starts with clean energy. So the order is slightly different than the order in 48. And to Jeff's point, meaningful engagement is not one of the 7 objectives. That got pulled to be the principle based on the conversations we were having because it was cross-cutting everything.
It shows up deeply in every section.
Yeah, so it was our way of responding to what you all were telling us. It it was a deeper principle and wasn't on the same level as the 4080 objectives. So it was just, everything has evolved a little bit beyond the 4080 objectives. Is that okay? And here's the current order.
Yeah, I think I was probably one of the people making that comment, and you've gone through the logic and flow to make it better, which I think if you're following something that's in legislation, putting it into a real plan means that that's what you should be doing. So I support it.
I'm seeing mostly thumbs up. Is there anybody who wants to say no, stick with 4080? That's the question on the table, right, Jeff?
Yeah,
The order.
and I want to make it clear that this is not meaning an order of priority, it's just in order of sequence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I agree there should not be specific order, but certainly to make it easy for legislation, we just need to show that this is a covering. So it's not.
So a clear tieback.
Yeah, so that this is here, this is under this one. So make it.
Okay. All right.
Cool. This next one was one where I guess I just needed some more information and to see what kind of conversation came out of it. And I'm just, this was one of your comments.
Yeah.
And it was in the old section 4.1.2, which would have been in the pathways, and talking about how as part of engagement around a pathway that has offshore wind, that it's important to build community engagement partnerships with other agencies, local government staff, and non-governmental organizations to combine resources and facilitate consistency in messages to communities. My memory is that this came out of our February meeting in Lincoln City, where we talked about those engagement principles that we needed to make sure that the roadmap talked about, and that this was wording that came out of that. And the comment was, I still don't understand how you're going to do this. Will DLCD work with outside groups to convert local people's opinions to a pro-offshore wind energy view? I have concerns about how this would be received. Is that truly meaningful engagement? And reflecting that the Brookings at Mullet State wasn't listening.
Well, that was in the local government meeting, if you recall. I attended a local government meeting where the planner and then when we were asking, well, how are we going to work with local governments to do this? And the person just said, well, hasn't the LCD been listening to us? We had an election, we did this, my city administrator is telling me. So I raised that question because I think we have had this concern about, and I've heard it from local government. How do you have meaningful engagement when people come back to you and are saying, I don't think you're listening to me, or you've listened to me and you're continuing on and now you're coming back and asking me again. So I just felt confused about that. So that's what my comment was about. Do you remember that question coming up in that meeting we were talking with local governments and?
I remember that conversation, and I can remember that vibe. I don't remember the specific.
It wasn't a bad vibe, but it was just like,
yeah,
it was that question of
you.
like, you're asking me what I think about this, but you're obviously not listening. So how can we have a meaningful conversation? And so I think it's I don't understand what to do about that.
Well, and that's a good point. And, I did add some additional discussion around those ballot measures. It's in the appendix related to the effects and community concerns. I continue to think about that with the question of, like, yes, communities said no in that time, in that context. Does that mean no forever, no matter what, or is that no unless or no until? And I think that it is, for me, an open question of if a community were approached in the future And we have been following what's in this roadmap, including that early policy work and citing and research, and could approach the conversation from a different place, would it have a different outcome? And I just don't know.
Well, and Jeff, this is where my mind is not as sharp as it once was, but so I don't know if you wrote this or not, but I feel like there was a couple of sentences in the principles that define meaningful engagement to try to differentiate between information designed for advocacy to convert to a particular way of thinking versus that's not meaningful engagement. Meaningful engagement is not a two-way dialogue so that there's shared understanding. We're still likely from a city of Brookings to get the context or the comment of, I told you no. Why are you coming back and hosting another public meeting to ask me what I think? But that's different because, at least for me, that still can be meaningful engagement if it really is intended as a two-way conversation to try and get to shared understanding. That's different than getting to agreements, right? So I feel like however that meaningful engagement section is defined, like that's the place to try and differentiate like pushing information to change someone's mind versus some form of two-way dialogue that's based on accountability and authentic interest in listening. That doesn't mean it leads to agreements.
I remember similarly during the whole BOEM part of things, there were the BOEM public meetings. Well, then there was like NCOS meetings where people came and they, there was all the social science research, which was like, well, why do you think this? And where are you getting information? And all those sorts of things that also just had that feeling of like, okay, you're going to ask these questions and then you're going to come back and like change the way you're communicating with me. And all this money is being spent on that. It felt very manipulative. And so it didn't feel like, it was just really, I felt that. I had a lot of people saying that to me, like, gee whiz, we're in this room and we're putting our time in because we're hoping that people are going to listen to our concerns. But more, it feels like they're actually like breaking us for social science information to get to the outcome they're wanting. So anyway, it's people are not unsavvy about these things. So I guess that's what anyway, I don't know if it's well said, but I'm just raising it. Like, so I appreciate what you said, Bobby. I think that's the key is somehow.
And just as I've experienced it in my own practice, it can go back and forth. And sometimes you don't know when you cross the line into communicating for advocacy and meaningful engagement. So you got to check yourself because something can start off sometimes with advocacy related communication. And we've seen it turn into really meaningful conversation. And then vice versa, it starts off a meaningful conversation that's not going the direction whoever's convening the space wants, and then it switches. So anyway, it's a hard thing to protect against or always know when you've switched.
And Jeff, what you've done here, I think, is a critical part of the meaningful discussions, meaningful engagement, because if you can say, this was my logic, this is my reason, I did hear what you said, for these other reasons, we did a different direction, or for additional, things can change. Simply, and having done these things, if you really want to piss people off, say, comment noted. No. Why is it that you decided to do something else? So I think what you've done is a good job. That's a tricky part to have.
And I see Cynthia, and then I think just the other piece is you all are commenting on the meaningful engagement. We also try and coach thinking about behaviors, right? So if you want to hold someone accountable to being trustworthy or engaging meaningfully, how would they be behaving? So objectively, you could say yes or no and hold that person accountable. You can't hold me accountable for what I'm feeling on the inside, but you can hold me accountable for my behavior. So that's something to think about. Cynthia?
Thanks. Hopefully everybody can hear me okay.
Yep.
And I don't know who was the woman that was speaking earlier about the local staff the whole discussion that was going on there. What I was going to mention is what people have not seen yet is the appendix for the capacity assessment. And we talked to local governments up and down the coast and asked what their needs were. And some of that was model codes or policy recommendations for rulemaking that would be tailored to meet the needs of that community while following the best practices for an enforceable policy to meet those standards. So that came out of some of those Southern Oregon communities that did not want offshore wind, and how can we help them in some way craft the best language that would be pass the test. So that some of this information of what they're wanting is going to be in the capacity assessment, and that's going to come out in the next draft. So I don't know if that helps answer some of that, but we did, there were several things that local communities wanted besides model codes, but also just other support and resources to help support engagement and outreach, such as subject matter experts, so they can have the best individuals and information for their community, and most factual. That's what I was going to add. Thanks.
I just want to note that it's 4:30, so we probably need to quit.
Oh, we were on the same wavelength.
Wow.
I wasn't gonna say quit. I was gonna check to see if we did have public comments, and if they wanted to wait a little bit to give you a little more time, or we can do public comment and call it good. Probably like 21, as many as we added to the other.
Yeah. No, there are a number of these. I guess I would invite you to look at the comment response table that's in what was for the meeting packet for today. There are ones that are highlighted in green. And if you want to follow up with me, especially if it was your comment, and you're like, no, I want to talk to you about this one, I'm happy to do that. Or if you have an opinion that you want to share. There are a couple that I just want to flag just real quick. There was a comment suggesting that we create a new phase that is sandwiched between leasing and permitting, to call it like the characterization phase, because that after leasing until the end of a COP is kind of a long span of time. I decided not to go that way because I do see all of that as preparing for the permit the second you get a lease. So that's my preference, and I can follow up with the person who made that comment. I just wanted to let you all know, see if anyone else felt really strongly that way. There was a question about, do I envision the Science Collaborative having the responsibility to address all the research priorities? My answer would be no, but the Science Collaborative could kind of ride herd on where we are with regards to our understanding of the science, to build a consensus around the people who need to be convinced, whether they have a formal role or not, and then be a sounding board for the state when we're making decisions that touch on the science. And then one about, there's an action that has been in the roadmap that came from early conversations about studying the opportunities and challenges associated with different models of offshore wind ownership, investor-owned versus public-owned versus community-owned. That one's been hanging around for a while, and I've never known what to say about it. And I think I deleted it from this, but then put it in here as like, hey, if anyone feels real strongly that they know what to do with this one and where it fits and what the action is, please let me know. Because that one just kind of got lost along the way, and I didn't know what to say about it.
Say it one more time, slow.
Different models of ownership. So it being owned by an investor-owned utility, which is kind of how it works now, versus a public-owned offshore wind project or a community-owned project. I think, frankly, what you run into is the cost of the power. That there isn't, in my mind, a realistic scenario today where a community would say, we want to somehow finance, foot the bill, own an offshore wind project. So for me, it just never really rose. But if others feel that that's what you want to dig into.
And the kinds of actions would be like, okay, if Portland General Electric owned one, or Oregon State University owned one, or if
Or
the
city
tribe and
fees,
county joint
Yeah.
did something to own one, would that be different in terms of the actions?
I guess. And it's
Okay.
just, yeah, it's-
One last question. This is one of the things that you sent us digitally?
Yes, it's in and it's also on our website in the meeting materials for today, but it was in the email that I sent to the roundtable.
And before people leave and they want to take paper home with them and just need an orientation to what's the blue heading one and what's this one and what did we talk about today, stop by and one of us will orient you to those.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about the ownership structures because I remember myself being one of those commenters and was kind of relying on the work of a paper that was being done by Taproot Earth that's based out of the Gulf Coast because they were doing a deep dive into ownership structures because of especially a place that's been historically marginalized by the fossil fuel industry. Taking a look at different ownership structures through the lens of offshore wind energy. And I think because of the way how the world has changed, that paper never got fully published. So I think, Jeff, I may have sent you like a preliminary paper that was like in the works, but that's, I think was like a year ago. But I just found it again, but I'm also trying to take a look to see if there's any updates because I remember I think like Ramfis and I forgot who else was involved in those conversations from Oregon, but there was a group of us that was engaging in that process to take a look at those various different types of structures and thinking about how that could be proposed in the roadmap process. But yeah, it was a great reminder to look back into that again.
Well, I'm open to it. I just have not known what to do. So if you have a comment on this draft around that, please let me know.
Great, if it's okay, we'll do our closing after public comment. But if anybody's interested in public comment, we'd love to hear from you. Go ahead and raise your hand up, or Michelle, you came off of darkness there. Do you want to say something?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I got you. If you could just kind of reintroduce yourself and take it away.
Yeah. Hi, Michelle Carrillo. I am with the South Coast group, Common Ground, and work with Think Place. And I've grown up here on the South Coast. And I just want to, first of all, say thanks for the work that's gone into the second draft, and to start by just appreciating a few things that make this stronger and more useful tool for the public and for our future legislators. So thank you for strengthening the principles around meaningful engagement and the clear checkpoints and making sure decisions are grounded in good information. And that structure is essential. It really does help people understand when Oregon has enough information to move forward and how tribal nations, fisheries, and local communities can shape each step along the way. So just really appreciate that. Second, I want to appreciate the inclusion of missing murdered Indigenous people protections, the safety training, and clear expectations around workforce and community agreements. These additions respond directly to community concerns, several comments that have been submitted, and it really builds trust that any future activity, if it does ever occur, will follow stronger standards of protection. Third, I want to acknowledge that the improvements to Path 3, recognizing that Oregon may not need its own state pilot project and could instead learn from early projects in places like Humboldt, or if further wind energy areas arise in Del Norte and other places across the California coastline, that it creates a lower impact, lower risk way for Oregon to answer some important questions with unnecessary disruption. And then my suggestions around what I believe will make the roadmap more effective. The first is strengthening the supply chain only pathway. It's a very realistic near-term future for our state. We really think about where we're at and where California is at. But the document doesn't yet make clear that while this path supports job and economic activity, It does not add to the new clean energy for Oregon's grid, and it doesn't improve power reliability on the coast. I'm not asking the roadmap to solve those issues. That belongs with the state's broader energy planning. But I do think it's important that the roadmap clearly flags when a pathway leaves those needs unmet. And that transparency helps future legislators and the public understand what those true trade-offs are, living in one of those very energy vulnerable areas. Second, I encourage the linking of each pathway to more clearly to that energy, the Oregon energy strategy, especially the sections on clean electricity and the coastal grid resilience. The strategy makes it clear that Southern Oregon coast has some of the weakest and most vulnerable power lines in the state. And if Oregon chooses a no turbine or supply chain only path, the roadmap should simply point that out, that those energy and resilience needs will have to be met through other plans. And that level of clarity, I think, just can really strengthen the tool of like what this can do, what these different paths mean, and what those trade-offs are. And finally, I just want to note that a regional reality that deserves acknowledgement, and I really haven't seen it up for much discussion, came after I was on a webinar that I believe it was NREL had done some additional research showing that the offshore wind area off of Humboldt through Del Norte County, Curry, and up into Coos has some of the most consistent wind resources on the West Coast. It's also a lower cost to build, like they did an affordability analysis. It's not my research. But it again, kind of why we keep coming up as a region to developers and for that building potential. But just a very real issue of that if California develops the Del Norte area in the next decade plus, that activity would happen so close to the Oregon's border and connect, and even our electrical grid systems connect up into Southern Oregon. That means Oregon could experience ocean impacts and grid effects, even if we're not building offshore wind ourselves or off the coast of Oregon. And so for the people who live on this stretch of the coast, it's important that the roadmap recognize this by-state context so future decision makers see the full picture. And I think that that's a real rationale issue of like people think they've tamped it down and, we can ignore this now and move on to something else. And then why these policy decisions come back full circle. And some of those things are out of our control, but if, again, they're in the roadmap for future selves to acknowledge and pay attention to. So overall, thank you. Really appreciate the comment section and tracking that as well. I appreciate the transparency overall.
Great, thank you, Michelle. Anybody else interested in sharing their thoughts from our public friends? Okay, I'll start getting us ready to close out the meeting with action items and stuff. And if I missed anybody or someone was a little slow to raise your hand, no problem. We can still welcome you back. Jeff, anything else before I kind of start summarizing next steps? Where do we go from here? No. Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, that last section was really helpful, actually. I thought we got a lot. I was worried that energy levels wouldn't necessarily be there, but December 9th is when comments would be really helpful. Even earlier would be amazing. So don't be shy. But December 9th, and then given the really good conversation we had on the comment summary on that table, you might even start looking there and see what your responses are to Jeff's kind of comment and response table. Like, what would your answer be? And that would be useful to include in your comments. You'll probably get a follow-up email with us with some resources or maybe even some key questions to guide your review by December 9th. As soon as we get any information from OPEC, we'll share that with you. Then as we start to get more information on what the public comment and review period will look like, for folks who volunteer to advise on that, we'll share that around. those are the key action items that I took away from today.
We also talked about, well, I think we talked about exploring the scheduling for a research agenda work group meeting. So to just get people thinking that way.
Yeah, before we calendar it, we'll know we've got something to work with.
Yeah.
Trevor and Sophia, any other kind of action items?
The other one that I have is for the next RSVP form. We will ask how many copies we will print.
Yes, yes, for hard copies. And the next time we bring you hard copies, we will not be bringing 2 versions. Right? We're done with multiple versions. But toward that end, if you do have comments on whether you like the original organization or the kind of path by path organization, will you let us know that as soon as you can? I'm kind of leaving this meeting. I heard some of the breakout groups coming up with ideas for how to go with the reorganization approach, but kind of create a more neutral look across the four paths. So I had overheard some of that coming out of the breakout. So that's kind of, I would say, the direction that we would be leaning to until we get comments otherwise. So just let us know. Yes.
Sorry, when and where is the next meeting?
Great question. It's in April sometime. I think like the 22nd-ish maybe.
Yeah, Trevor, Sophia, do you have any fingertips?
This meeting?
Correct, yeah.
So, and the logic for that is got to create a new version to go out for public comment, which is between now and February. February is the middle of March, public comment. Actually digesting those ideally, and then bringing those to April 22nd. So I don't think we promised a full new version on April 22nd. I think it's just bringing all the comments and the synthesis of the comments to the April 22nd meeting.
That would be more achievable. I think I had an original vision that there might be a new version by then, but reality is setting in. So we have an April, a May, and a June meeting. So it would be April, let's talk about what we heard from the public and see if this group has some good direction for how the editing happens. May would be, here's the document and here's all that we did in its near final form, where if there's anything in there that we just can't live with, then we talk about it. And then by June should be the, here it is with a bow on it, now what do we do?
Yeah. One more question.
And April is at Grand Round. Confederated Tribes of the Grand Round at Spirit Mountain Casino. Just between Lincoln City and Salem.
My question has to do with if you're going to be like developing a survey or like digital ways of engaging the public in the public comment period. Do you? This is very half-baked. I guess my question is, would you want to share like versions of that with the roundtable for input prior to launching that, or is that just something that the small group of folks are going to provide input on and you're going to run with it? I'm just wondering if, or do folks in the roundtable feel like we want to review something like that? Or just what was your thinking around that? And maybe that's too many cooks in the kitchen. I get a sense of your idea of process for that.
Sure. Let me make it up right on the spot. So we're going to have an internal DLCD discussion to plan our vision of how we're going to manage all this and what the parts and pieces are. The idea of having a digital survey or digital companion is new out of this meeting, so we've got to think about it and what we can do with that. I think maybe what makes sense is for me to send an email to the roundtable in, I don't know, January, I guess, saying, here's what we're planning to do. And if anyone has any additional offers of help or suggestions, or if there's something that you want to look at before it's live, then let us know. And if we have like a survey to go with it, then we can say, here's what we're thinking in terms of the survey. You do want to look at it first. So that's just some on the fly thoughts.
and can I frame that just a little differently, is, and getting permission from you all, is let's not create an expectation that DLCD will do that, but an offer more from the roundtable. If DLCD would like some of that input, you'd be happy to provide it. That way you're not adding it as an obligation to your table, Jeff's not adding it as an obligation to put that pathways open.
That's kind of
Is that okay?
You're framing it exactly the way
Okay.
I was like, I want us to be supportive, but I also think people probably want to have an idea of what's going on. So like, this is the transparency goal that we share.
Yeah, and I think getting the outline of the plan, getting input on like a 5-question survey, that'd probably be helpful.
Yeah.
But given all the moving parts, let's not promise each other.
In a way that's not too much work for you, Jeff, and not making obligations. Yeah, okay.
Cool. Well, you all, as always, thank you so very much. Thank you to the Coquille Tribe and for hosting us here at the casino. As always, it's been amazing. Safe travels, and we'll see you in April. Thank you all. Folks online, thank you for hanging. We'll see you next time.